Life in Multiverse by Bapuji Dashrath Bhai Patel. Published by Vishwa Parivartak Ishwarya Vidyalay. Preface. The creation is not limited to this earth or this solar system or to one galaxy or one universe. It is vast, limitless, and boundless, incomprehensible by humankind on earth. The great-grandfather of this limitless creation, who is Bapuji, through his divine vision, has not only seen the numerous solar systems, galaxies, universes, and multiverses, but also has seen creations beyond the multiverse, which is known as Behad Ki Kala Ka Brahmand. This means they are creations with unlimited power. The creation is such a wonderful and vast one that it cannot be expressed with any words of this earth, so the word Behad is used to signify the limitless infinite creation. Bapuji, through his divine vision, has perceived the vast creations of the infinite, known as Behad ke Behad, which means limitless and infinite. This means there is no limit to the amount of multiverses that are out there. There is no limit to the entire unlimited creation of God. The purpose of writing this book is to present the supreme divine knowledge realized by Bapuji in his divine visions in an organized manner, as also in an easy layman language for the benefit of the average spiritual seeker and mankind. It is important to note that such divine knowledge has not been taught by anyone till date, nor has it been written down in any of our ancient scriptures, such as the Vedas, Puranas, Upanishads, or the Shastras. The objective of writing this book is to create awareness in mankind about the messages that have always been given by extraterrestrial entities, also known as aliens, over the ages, for the benefit and welfare of humanity. We also need to know that mankind is not alone in the entire cosmos, and that life exists not only on our Earth, but also on other planets, solar systems, universes, etc. In fact, there is the existence of life on the 7 layers, also known as dimensions, above Earth within our solar system. There are infinite numbers of galaxies and universes where there is a definite existence of extraterrestrial life and varied types of life forms in this vast creation. The objective of the book is to impart the vital knowledge of extraterrestrial life to the average man so as to raise his or her awareness about aliens and their existence. The main aim for writing this book, Life in Multiverse, is to enable every human being to know himself, to know about his soul, to know how to realize soul consciousness, and to make him understand what is our real nature. How did we change from the incorporeal divine light form to the subtle form, and from the subtle form to the physical form? How did creation happen in the incorporeal form? How did creation happen in the subtle form? And what types of creation took place in the subtle form of the soul? How did we understand that whatever we see in the physical world is actually based on the life forms in the subtle dimension? Many things, whether living or non-living, have emerged from the invisible subtle world only. These facts will be linked to many topics in this book. It is to be noted that in the ancient religious manuscripts and books, one can find many examples where it has been proved that all things have come to the gross physical world from the subtle world. So the question arises, who has created the subtle world? From time immemorial, the true wisdom realized by sages and saints and powerful souls from higher dimensions, divulged in written form, they are called as Sanatan Shastras. Sanatan Shastras have explained in depth about our earth that it is billions and trillions of years old. Many time cycles, known as Chaturyugas, have passed on this earth. However, till now, humankind has never questioned in mind as to who he is and from where its soul has come from, why the soul has even come to this earth, and in which way can we come out of this birth and death cycle. How can we go back to our eternal divine home, known as Amarloka? How should we attain the ultimate quest of the soul and go to the Paramdham, known as the supreme abode, and attain Param Shanti, which is supreme peace? It is critically important that each human being needs to identify its core principle, learn about themselves, have the knowledge about the entire infinite of infinite creations in the cosmos, and know about the different categories of souls. Again, one wonders as to how did the uncountable number of Shivs, Mahashiv, Paramahashiv get created, and when? What was the process of creation of these celestial entities? In this book, we have attempted to correlate the supreme spiritual knowledge of this boundless infinite dimension of creations with the Sanatan Shastras so that every human on earth can understand all these topics in depth and know the truth that it is not only the earth that contains life, but life is abundant in all spheres of cosmos. How big is the infinite world of creation? How can it be comprehended? Who created the infinite worlds? Who is the creator of each of these worlds? Who is the creator of all creators? Who controls the entire cosmos? Who is the almighty authority, the ultimate power, and the supreme powerhouse? The religious and spiritual paths that we can see today have been on the earth only from the past few thousand years ago. However, our solar system is trillions of years old. So, who is the creator of the founding fathers of various religions? Why have the gods and goddesses become humans? What is the subtle world? Can souls travel from one universe to the other? Where will I go after my death? What is the eternal, immortal world? How can a soul go to the eternal world? What exactly happened to our multiverse, which was initially filled with supreme light and supreme elements, and how did it fall down to the world of 5 elements and turn into a mortal world? How do supreme elements become physical elements? An attempt has been made to answer many such mysterious questions in the forthcoming chapters of the book. The Master Creator, the Grandfather of the Infinite, also known as the Almighty Authority, has given us knowledge through his intense meditation and spiritual efforts. By always being in the soul-conscious state and incorporeal state, he emerged all the supreme knowledge and transferred from his superconscious mind to his conscious mind, and finally imparted the supreme divine knowledge to all of us. To bring down this extensive divine knowledge and multidimensional knowledge to Earth, and to express in the human language of this earthly plane is extremely challenging work, but it has been accomplished by the Grandfather of the Infinite. Bapuji has taught us that there are numerous Earth-like planets. There are infinite solar systems, infinite galaxies, and infinite universes in this vast creation. The creators as well as controllers of these infinite creations are different. Similarly, there are infinite numbers of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankars. There are infinite of infinite Shivs, Mahashivs, and Paramahashivs who have their own different worlds as well as their own creations. The Param Gyan, also known as the Supreme Infinite Knowledge, has been divulged by Bapuji through his deep observation in his divine incorporeal state of Samadhi. Therefore, let us humbly attempt to understand this supreme infinite knowledge deeply within our minds and experience self-realization. Otherwise, this precious and very valuable human birth would be wasted. The knowledge given by Bapuji is useful to mankind in order to escape from the eternal cycles of birth and death in this mortal world. So we sincerely request you to study this knowledge and elevate your soul and transcend from this temporary physical dimension. This supreme knowledge of Almighty Authority is known as Behad Gyan, which is also known as infinite knowledge. Till date, such knowledge is not disseminated on earth. However, there are no words to correctly describe the invisible, supreme divine world realized by Bapuji. So the terminology is taken from the scriptures of the Sanatan Dharma, which helps us to describe the knowledge of higher dimensions of the supreme divine world. In order to have a proper understanding, it is requested to refer to the glossary at the end of this book carefully. Behad ki Param Mahashanti. About Bapuji. Bapuji Dashrath Bhai Patel, also called as Dadaji or Grandfather, was born in 1956 in the small village of Akhaj in the Mehsana district of Gujarat. However, he spent his childhood in a village named Ambasan, located in the Mehsana district of Gujarat. He was a very successful lawyer in earlier parts of his life, and afterwards he devoted his life for realizing supreme spiritual truth and bringing forward this supreme knowledge for the benevolence of humankind. This supreme knowledge is now the guiding light for true seekers to realize his or her ultimate destiny. It is a blessing of supreme divinity that present time is witnessing the euphoria of supreme spiritual knowledge and giving direction to souls on earth to return to their roots. Despite being raised in a very poor family and challenging circumstances, Bapuji had a strong desire to make this miserable and sorrowful world a better place. When he was a little boy of 6 years, he challenged God many times. He asked God, "Why are you silent about the plight of humanity?" This intense desire to end suffering of humankind on earth as a child landed him in the highest platform of spirituality at a later period of his life. Even at a young age, Bapuji often used to spend hours in the fields without caring about himself. Due to the poverty, he used to go to the fields without wearing any shoes, sandals, or boots, so he used to get pricked by thorns on his feet. Many times he had to stay until late in the fields, and on the way back home had to face the subtle world souls, like ghosts and spirits. That's how he got interested in communicating with the subtle world souls. Bapuji was courageous since childhood. That's why he was successful in overcoming many obstacles. Along with his studies of chartered accountancy, CA, he used to provide tuition classes so that he could make some money to pay for his studies. Later on, he completed a Bachelor of Law degree and became a famous lawyer in Ahmedabad. In the year 1997, he established a spiritual school for godly knowledge named as Vishwa Parivartak Ishwarya Vidyalaya at Jainpur, Ahmedabad, for transforming this mortal world full of anarchy and suffering into an eternal divine world of immortality. Shrimati Sushma Tandon, whom everyone lovingly calls as Ma, the Divine Mother, worked hand in hand with Bapuji in this grand divine purpose. To successfully accomplish his divine mission, Bapuji worked relentlessly, investing all his resources in this divine mission. At that time, he used to give non-stop narration of knowledge for 18 hours a day tirelessly. In spiritual discourses, he used to explain the supreme divine knowledge of highest dimensions of creations that he realized and saw through his divine vision by intense meditation in a state of superconsciousness. This is a fact between the grasp of imagination of a normal human mind. The supreme knowledge of Bapuji basically covers wide topics such as the types of celestial creators of different dimensions of creations, details of creations of our solar systems, galaxies, universes, etc. And most significant is the transcendental knowledge about our multiverse and creations beyond our multiverse. The knowledge imparted by Bapuji is supremely transcendental and beyond the grasp of a normal spiritual seeker. It is only for supremely divine seekers, whom we call as infinitely powerful souls, also called as the Behad souls. According to Bapuji, those Behad souls will be the medium of transformation of this mortal world to the eternal divine immortal world. In today's time, Bapuji is now engaged in constant, intense meditation and samadhi for hours a day. He does not meet anyone as he is constantly busy in his transcendental mission. He is in a state of samadhi and in a superconscious state. Index. Chapter 1, Life After Death, page 1. Chapter 2, Journey to Higher Dimensions. Bhulok, the earth/mortal world. Bhuvarlok, the subtle worlds. Swarglok, heaven. Mahalok, Janlok. Taplok, Brahmapuri, the Satyaloka/Brahmaloka. Vishnupuri, Vishnuloka/the casual world. Shivpuri/the supra-casual world. Paramdham/the incorporeal world, on page 5. Chapter 3, Speed of Light and Time Dilation, Our Solar System, a Scientific View, on page 23. Chapter 4, Time of Our Solar System/Brahmand, Various Celestial Bodies, and the Age of Human Civilization, Light Years, on page 32. Chapter 5, The Knowledge Center of Our Solar System, How to Access Akashic Records, on page 37. Chapter 6, Different Bodies in Different Brahmans. What is a soul? What are the characteristics of a soul? Where does a soul reside? Physical body, subtle body, casual body, and super-casual body. Journey of the soul. Different soul states. Sato Pradhan soul, highest positive state. Rajo Pradhan soul, dynamic state. Tamo Pradhan soul, passive to negative state. On page 40. Chapter 7, How Big is Our Brahmand/Solar System? Who controls and governs our Brahmand? How was our Brahmand created? On page 50. Chapter 8, Different Dimensions of Soul and the Journey Between the Stars. Some Mysteries Revealed, on page 55. Chapter 9, Extraterrestrial Worlds and Civilizations in Them. Life on Mars, Indigo/Star Child. Is there life on other planets and stars, such as the Sun, Jupiter, Venus, etc.? Radio waves, UFO, crop circles. The mystery of Sri Yantra crop circles, alien abductions, and the truth behind such incidents. The secret of the pyramids, Kailash Temple, Ellora. Great scientists of the world and their connections with aliens. Laws of the spirit world/rules and regulations in the higher dimensions. on page 61. Chapter 10. Our Milky Way Galaxy, or Mahabrahmand, the Milky Way / Akash Ganga. Description of the structure of our galaxy. Creation of galaxy, on page 86. Chapter 11. How was our universe created? Param Mahabrahmand, on page 93. Chapter 12. G1 to G17, Great Universes, on page 102. Chapter 13. Dissolution of the Solar System and Black Hole, Scientific Analysis of Brahmand, Black Hole explained in Behad Gyan. What is the Big Bang Theory, on page 125. Chapter 14. Creation of the Multiverse. Existence of the multiverse, proof given by science. How large is our multiverse, and how far is this creation from our solar system? Multiverse, the 100 Kala universe. How was it created? Incorporeal world / Paramdham of the multiverse. Semi-incorporeal world / Mool Vatan of the multiverse. The subtle world of the multiverse. The world of elements in the multiverse. Physical world in the multiverse, on page 134. Chapter 15. Worlds beyond the multiverse, on page 146. Chapter 16. Future new multiverse and 5D Earth, on page 151. Chapter 17. The final efforts of a soul, on page 155. Chapter 18. Self-transformation to world transformation, on page 160. Chapter 19. Live meditation episodes on YouTube, on page 163. Chapter 20. YouTube channel important information, on page 168. Divine Message of Ma, on page 172. Thank you, Niruma, gratitude, on page 175. Glossary, on page 176. Chapter 1. Life After Death. The existence of life after death has always been an eternal truth that cannot be denied. This perpetual reality of the afterlife has gradually been accepted by the different religions and sectors of the world. We all know how the scientific community keeps on changing its position on any theory, and in this case, modern science has begun to acknowledge the existence of consciousness as a part of daily reality. One may say that in the future, science will surely come to understand the mysteries and come to prove the existence of the soul. However, from ancient times, the existence of the Atma, or the soul, has been written and discussed in our Sanatan Dharma, which are the Hindu scriptures. In our religious scriptures, like the Vedas and Upanishads, it has been said that the one who knows the truth about death will never be afraid of dying. When one is born in this mortal world where nothing is permanent, then death is inevitable. Ironically, this simple truth is known to each person, yet all are afraid of death. Why is there such a deep-rooted fear for death? This would not be the first time that a person has had to leave this mortal world. This fact needs to be deeply understood, that one has taken numerous births and an equal number of times left the physical body through the process of death. At the same time, we also are aware of the knowledge that it is the physical body that gets destroyed, not the soul or the Atma which drives the body. The soul is eternal, immortal, and indestructible. The soul keeps on changing its physical garments, the physical bodies. Human beings have been going through endless cycles of births and deaths for the past 1.98 billion years. This is the second period of Brahma's lifespan. In fact, these incarnations not only include incarnations on earth, but also include the innumerable incarnations in Swarglok, which is heaven, as well as in various hells, which are the lower dimensions. The soul is said to be indestructible, but the soul also has a lifespan. The soul is dissolved when the creation is dissolved. So if a soul is from the universe, the soul also ends when that universe is ended. As the universe, solar system, galaxy, they all have cycles of creation and destruction. So it does depend on where a soul is from, but the soul's existence ends when the creation it is from also ends. But this is an uncountable amount of time. The amount of time it takes for a galaxy or universe to even end is unimaginable by the human mind. But when a human dies on earth, the soul doesn't die with it. That is the main point. The spirit goes on. And the spirit is also just a subtle body that is on top of the soul. It is another covering. The past, present, and future lives of each soul are all decided on the basis of the accumulated karma of that soul. This is why our scriptures have advised human beings to perform their actions or karma in a noble manner along with pure intentions. Meritorious and noble actions performed in accordance with the duties ascribed in the Shastras to each soul type elevates the soul into higher dimensions. Our solar system has been in existence from time immemorial, and souls have come into existence from the beginning of the creation. From that time onwards till today, souls have been trapped in the never-ending wheel of birth and death. Souls have taken many births and incarnated in different life forms, also known as the 84 million types of species. As mentioned earlier, it is the karmas of each soul which is the prime cause of its present birth. Only upon finishing the karmic cycle and ties, the soul can go to the higher levels of reality, or one may say to the eternal world, also known as Amarloka. The soul exists till the time the solar system is in existence. Once the solar system gets destroyed in the dissolution process, the soul also ceases to exist. A soul cannot get mukti or liberation in life as long as it remains in a state of ignorance. Moksha or liberation from the cycle of birth and death can be achieved by the soul only when the soul has arrived at the self-realization state. And if a soul acquires Brahma Gyan, which is the knowledge of divine light, then the soul can be in a state of in-life liberation, which is called Jivan Mukti. This is when you are living life in a state of soul consciousness. In this way, a Brahma Gyani soul, which is a soul with supreme knowledge, is able to attain the highest state of God realization. The journey of a soul is infinite. In the earthly plane, a soul has to undergo the never-ending life cycle of birth and death until the soul gets the grace of its creator. However, there are souls who, after the physical death on earth, roam around in the galaxies or universe in search of their creator, but they fail to find their creator soul due to the heavy cords of karma and illusion, which is called Maya. Thus, When a soul meets its creator, only then the soul will be free from the reincarnation cycle, or else the process will continue endlessly for the soul. Earth undergoes periodic destructions during the time of Ardha Pralaya, which is a partial dissolution, Pralaya, which is a full dissolution, and Kalpa Pralaya, which is the annihilation of the three worlds, which are the three dimensions called Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok. This is the earthly dimension, the dimension above earth, and the third dimension, which is the dimension of heaven. And then there is the Mahakalpa Pralaya, which is the annihilation of the entire solar system, and the souls get merged into their creator. So the existence of souls ceases in the Mahakalpa Pralaya. This would be for the souls that were created by the creator of the solar system. When a soul gathers profound knowledge and understands the beginning, middle, and end of the infinite creation, then the soul can travel into higher dimensions as well as continue its soul journey. So the souls that are not from the solar system, but they are from the galaxy and beyond, those souls would not cease in the Mahakalpa Pralaya. They would actually continue on their soul journey and they would exit the solar system before the solar system was due for its destruction. The soul changes its form according to the dimension that it goes to, meaning the soul will take the form of the body in accordance with that astral plane or with that dimension. The birth and death cycle of the soul never ends until the soul reaches Amarloka, or the eternal world of supreme light. Now one may ask, what exactly is the eternal world or Amarloka? Is it situated above the earth in the upper dimensions, or is it in heaven? Well, as per our religious texts, when the time span of our solar system ends, all 14 dimensions, meaning the 7 higher dimensions and the 7 lower dimensions, all get destroyed. Bapuji has also explained that our entire multiverse has become a mortal world. After death, most souls keep wandering around from one earth plane to another, one galaxy to another, or one universe to another. This infinite or Behad cosmos is unimaginably vast. There are an infinite number of multiverses in this vast Behad cosmos, and those multiverses also consist of varied types of life forms. It is wonderful to know that a soul may travel in different dimensions in the universe or multiverse, but it will have to take the form as per that dimension. The soul wears different bodies like garments, and many times the soul might even get trapped within the 8.4 million types of species. Due to karmic bondages, souls might have to take birth in one of these 8.4 million types of species. However, the soul intrinsically remains the same. Several times a soul evolves to the higher worlds and even becomes Lord Indra, the king of heaven, and many times the soul might even become Brahma. All these activities of ascension to higher worlds or devolving to lower worlds or hell are basically determined by the laws of karma of that soul. So anything is possible, and it just depends on the karma. Therefore, one must know that every moment a soul reaps the fruits of its karmas, whether good or bad. Oftentimes, souls have gone to higher dimensions, but they have also fallen down to lower dimensions just as quickly. Now, if we wish to understand deeper about the life that is after death, we must possess a fair knowledge about the reality of the soul and have firm faith in its existence. By reading our ancient texts like the Vedas, Shastras, and Puranas, a person gains awareness about life that is beyond the earth, life that is after death. Thus, this knowledge ensures his ascension to higher realms after death. Even though a soul may live on the earth, but by practicing a constant state of soul consciousness, by finishing off one's karmic debts, the soul can make efforts to go to the infinite worlds from where it won't need to return back to the world of five elements. Here, a critical point to note is that a strong attachment towards our physical body and relationships of this present birth will keep us trapped in the continuous cycle of birth and death, and we would never be free from such bondages until we practice and remain in a soul conscious state for as long as possible. Life on higher realms is a wonderful and enriching experience because the upper worlds provide more spiritual happiness and joy to a soul, although Maya or illusion is present throughout the whole multiverse. The ascending soul finds an increased level of joy and happiness as it goes upwards. For example, the joy that a soul experiences in Brahmapuri is thousandfold more than the happiness of heaven, which is Swarglok. On earth, a human soul feels only pain and sorrow, just like living in hell. However, if the soul has enough spiritual knowledge about the higher spiritual realms, then the soul can move upwards towards the higher realms from heaven to Janlok, Taplok, and further into the higher worlds in the solar system and even other solar systems, galaxies, universes, etc. As the soul goes upwards, finally the ascending soul will meet its creator soul and will merge within it. There is no genuine happiness in this mortal world. Real happiness can only be found in the higher spiritual realms, where there is supreme happiness, eternal peace, and supreme bliss. If a soul gets true knowledge of life after death while living in this material world, then the soul can experience the same spiritual joy of the infinite bliss here itself. Once the soul experiences the infinite supreme joy and peace, then the soul sees worldly pleasures as illusionary and transient. The original nature of a soul is Param Shanti, which means supreme peace. This supreme peace can be experienced in the present lifetime, but only when the seeker learns knowledge of the infinite, also known as the Behad Gyan. One should also invest his or her time and energy into making sincere efforts in meditation so that he or she can clear all of his or her karmic bonds. If one remains entangled in the illusion of the body and bodily relations, then they will never be able to escape from their karmic web and will be forced to come into the cycle of birth and death again and again and again. In the near future, we will be soon launching a book on life after death, which will be based on Bapuji's divine visions and the deep knowledge that was obtained by him. Chapter 2: Journey to Higher Dimensions. The material world that we live in and consider to be real and true is nothing but an illusion or Maya. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that whatever one sees in this world of five elements is not true or real, and whatever is not visible to the physical senses, in fact, is real. We wish to ask our reader, does life exist only on our earth? One must know that infinite creation is so vast that it is almost impossible to think in terms of its vastness or describe it in exact words. As humans, we do not possess the spiritual vision needed to see the wonderful higher dimensional worlds. There is no one who can teach us about these unknown matters. The question arises as to who lives in the higher dimensions and how do the higher worlds look like? How many dimensions exist above our earth? In the field of modern science, space research is a highly specialized area wherein scientists are presently researching about the higher worlds or the creations of the different dimensions existing in our solar system. Their studies include parallel universes, multiverse theory, string theory, superstring theory, the concept of the 10 dimensions in space time, etc. Now, once again, the question arises, who can travel to these extra dimensions, or how can one know more about these worlds? How can anyone know whether any life form exists outside our planet? Will we ever be able to know in our present lifetime who we are and where our true place of origin is? What is that world like and who resides there? We also would like to explore more, such as the effect of time on the various dimensions. How time is different in these various dimensions. Do changes in time periods have a transformational effect on the creation in that dimension? What transformation happens to the souls who reside there? What is the evolvement process like? Our solar system, galaxies, universes, great universes, multiverses, etc. all have their own different time spans as per Bapuji's knowledge of the infinite world of creations. The details are given in his earlier book called The Anant Koti Mahakal Pralay. Therefore, it is necessary to understand that time as we know it flows differently in different dimensions and in different creations, like solar systems, galaxies, universes, multiverses, etc. For example, our ancient scriptures, which are the Shastras and Vedas, have explained about the 14 layers of creation, which are the 14 dimensions or lokas. They exist in our solar system, where there are distinct differences in the speed of time in each and every dimension. Science is also in agreement with the concept of relativity in position and time in various coordinate systems in space. Science is in search of absolute frame of reference with respect to which speed, time, and position can be defined. For greater clarity on this topic and for the benefit of our readers, we have given in a concise manner the details of the 7 higher worlds with the earth as the base dimension. Bhuloka, earth/the mortal world. At the beginning of the great Mahabharata war, the chief warrior from the Pandava side, Arjuna, became very agitated and felt a deep sense of sadness, since he knew he would have to fight against his own grand-uncle, which was also his guru, and cousin brothers, the Kauravas. Arjuna felt guilty about waging this war of righteousness and justice. On the battlefield, as the war was about to commence, he even refused to lift his bow, as he felt very guilty at the prospect of killing his entire family. Upon seeing Arjuna's despondent and weak state of mind, Lord Krishna, who was his guide and charioteer, advised and taught him the divine supreme knowledge, which ended up becoming the Bhagavad Gita. In order to convince the Pandav prince Arjuna, Lord Krishna had granted a glimpse of visual manifestation of his divine nature. Krishna took the Vishwarup form, a cosmic form, revealing his own immortal, all-encompassing self to Arjuna. He showed Arjuna his true godly form. The universal form, or the Vishwarup, was so magnificent that the entire solar systems, universes, etc., and the entire creation in the cosmos could be seen emanating from within Krishna. The whole creation is only a projection of a very minute part of his divine consciousness. Arjuna could clearly see the 3 worlds, planets, the 3 aspects of time, the 5 elements, the 7 rishis, all galaxies and constellations, all the gods of the heavens, and much more within the Lord's cosmic form. In a nutshell, it is said that Arjuna could see the entire cosmos in Lord Krishna. The earth, also known as the Bhuloka, is where the physical human beings live and also can be understood as the world of the physical elements consisting of gross matter known as the earthly reality. Bhu means earth, Loka means world or dimension. In Bhuloka, various types of human souls live together, but one must know that different categories of souls had been created by different creators and in separate time periods as well. In the present time on this earth, there are souls who have come from other solar systems, galaxies, and universes, and even multiverses. In this Bhuloka, all life is sustained by 5 elements. When the physical body of a human being goes through the process of death, out of the 5 physical elements present in the physical body, the 2 physical elements, which are the earth element and water element, perishes along with the physical body. However, the subtle body, which cannot be seen with the physical eye, accompanies the soul into the subtle dimension. The subtle body, also known as the Sukshma Sharir, consists of 3 elements. These are the air element, which is also called as Vayu Tattva, the fire element, also called as Agni Tattva, and the ether element, also called as Akash Tattva. So the 3 subtle elements are air, fire, and ether. In the journey to the upper worlds, it is useful to know that the lesser the burden of our karmas, the greater is the soul's capacity to travel to the higher dimensions. On the other hand, if a soul is tamopradhan, which means sinful, then the soul would have more of the air element, due to which the subtle body becomes heavier, and as a result, the soul cannot travel to higher dimensions. However, when a person attains the supreme knowledge of connecting the soul to the supreme soul, and when the person walks in the path of enlightenment and constantly puts efforts into clearing his or her karmic accounts while on earth, then such souls, after leaving the body, can travel to higher dimensions. Every human being must know and be aware that this world is a mortal world, and what we see with these physical eyes and perceive through these physical senses in this mortal world is an illusion. Illusion means Maya. The real blissful nature of the soul is beyond these physical senses. The true joy is everlasting and is above the low and temporary pleasures that are derived from the physical senses. The true nature of the soul is love, purity, and supreme peace. In the present time, however, the power of the soul has degraded, as the souls are caught within the continuous cycles of birth and death on the earth for the past 1.98 billion years. Therefore, during this huge time period on earth, the soul has forgotten its basic, true attributes and real nature due to the karmic bonds and its weak soul power. In the Mahabharata, while imparting spiritual knowledge in the form of the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says to Arjun, "O Arjuna, you and I have undergone many births, and I know all of those births, but you do not know them. O Parantapa, since you have forgotten your past lives, for you this physical world enchants you with its attractions and attachments." This was the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verse 5. By this, we can easily see that the Lord is reminding Arjuna of the past lives that both have had. However, the difference was that Sri Krishna had memory and knowledge of his past birth, but Arjuna did not. Sri Krishna, as an enlightened being, did not have any attachment or identification to his body, and so he was not restricted by its limitations. Whereas, in normal human beings, a strong identification with their present body restricts their ability to remember what occurred in their past lives. This ability of forgetfulness of the past lives results in a soul to leave the old physical body and take upon a new one after death, just as one would discard old clothes and wear new ones. Our desires and latent tendencies, known as vasanas, force us to take birth in a body. So if we choose to use this present birth to accumulate more vasanas and more desires, then we will be forced to take another birth to exhaust the newly acquired desires and karmas. Only by focusing on acquiring self-knowledge and engaging in suitable activities for the soul's enlightenment, the soul can liberate from the cycle of birth and death on earth. This is the law of the earth, and there is an infinite number of earth-like planets in infinite solar systems. By understanding the fact that this world of 5 physical elements is temporary and ever-changing in nature, a human being in this present life must himself earnestly strive for achieving God realization, as that is his ultimate life goal. Bhuvarlok. This is the first higher dimension. It is above the earth and is located between the earth and the sun. It is also known as Pitruloka, or the land of the ancestors. This astral plane is a location where many celestial areas or planes of existence are present, out of which 5 main planes are well known. 1. Dhruva Loka. 2. The region of the 7 sages, known as the Saptarishis. 3. The Nakshatra Loka, which is the realm of the heavenly planets. 4. Chandra Loka, which is the world of the moon god. 5. Surya Loka, which is the world of the sun god. He is the solar deity. Dhruva Loka, or the pole star, is the planet of Dhruv, the ardent devotee of Lord Vishnu. It constantly shines as the central pivot, for all the stars and luminaries and planets revolve around this planetary system. The Saptarishi Loka is the abode of the 7 holy sages, who are the mind-born sons of Lord Brahma. This realm is situated below Dhruva Loka at a distance of 200,000 yojanas, and it circles the pole star. Many highly advanced spiritual souls reside in this dimension who render help to heavenly gods in various ways. In return for their services, the soul gets an opportunity to reside in Swarglok, also known as heaven. However, if the soul is enchanted by the attractions of the heavenly world, then as a consequence, the soul is sent down to the earth to take birth as a human being. Even after death of the physical body, the soul performs karma even in the 3 elemental subtle form, meaning the soul comes under the karmic cycle as long as it is susceptible to the influence of its mind and desires. After the body dies, the lesser the burden of karma, the lighter the soul becomes. A sinful soul has more air element in its subtle body and is filled with negative energy. Due to the prevalence of air element, the subtle body of such souls gets heavier and thus cannot travel to higher dimensions. Hence, by doing meditation, the astral body of the soul absorbs supreme light from the higher dimensions and gets purified, as a result of which the content of air element reduces and ether element enhances in the astral body. The prevalence of ether element increases the power of the soul, and thus the soul can travel to a higher dimension with more speed. The soul experiences greater happiness and peace as it ascends to the upper layers. Those souls who are tamupradhan or very impure in nature, even after their death, they might continue to live in a subtle form in those houses or at their religious places. They refuse to leave the earth plane and they refuse to go to higher dimensions because they are way too attached to their karmic bonds. Which is why they might end up staying in the house that they were born into as a human, or go to the religious places that they used to go to as a human, or they might, as a ghost, trouble other human beings. Such impure souls lack power and they end up as ghosts. They end up in the Pret Yoni. This is a life in the lower astral plane in the subtle body, sometimes also referred to as phantom. These sinful souls never think about salvation, and their subtle body is heavy due to the prevalence of air elements. Thus, they cannot cross or go beyond the gravitational pull of the earth, which exerts up to 200 kilometers distance from the earth. The subtle body of such souls are very weak due to the cravings for pleasures, the attachments to material things, the attachment to the physical body, and the attachment to karmic bondages. If a soul has suffered deep wounds or psychological damage to its subtle body in the present life, subsequently, this will be carried forward to the next birth. A pure soul whose mind is peaceful and always has God in his or her thoughts tends to go towards the higher dimensions after their death. There are many souls on earth who are sattvic or pure in nature and always stay in remembrance of the Almighty Authority or their deities. Such good souls are guided by spiritually advanced souls to go to the Himalayas and meditate for their spiritual advancement, since the pure atmosphere there, pervaded with positive vibrations in the higher altitudes of the Himalayan mountains, Kailash Mansarovar, Badrinath, Kedarnath, etc., are ideally suited for spiritual growth. The air element, or Vayu Tattva, in these spiritual places is very pure, light, and powerful. This helps astral souls to refine their subtle body. The air element of the soul gets charged, and eventually the fire element also gets charged. Therefore, performing meditation in the Himalayas compensates for the damages of the subtle body and the soul regains its power. Whereas on the rest of the earth, there is so much negativity everywhere that it is all over the environment and hard to get away from. In the Himalayas, there are many invisible spiritual realms or ashrams in the astral or non-physical form. Many sattvic or pure souls form groups and meditate in their own clusters called golas or spheres. In a sphere, there may be a group consisting of 5,000 souls, 10,000 souls, or even more. In this way, there are hundreds and thousands of souls engaging in prayer and intense meditation for long periods of time, thereby changing the air and fire elements of their own subtle bodies. The highly spiritual atmosphere contains pure air element, which is a dominant part of the subtle body, and enclosed within the air element is the fire element. These subtle elements present in the rarefied atmosphere are conducive for charging the subtle body of a soul. However, it must be noted that even though the subtle body can be charged here, the casual body cannot be charged by this process. The casual body, or Karan Sharir, comprises the mind, thoughts, and desires, and possesses the records of all the karmic actions done by thoughts, speech, or deeds. If the casual body is energized with supreme light or Param Prakash, then all the karmic records of the soul gets destroyed. When the casual body is charged, then the content of ether element in the body becomes predominant. Thus, the soul can travel to even Vishnu Puri, the casual realm in this solar system. When a soul remembers Parabrahma Parameshwar, which is Lord Shiva in his incorporeal form, then the intellect transcends the world of name and form and establishes in pure soul consciousness. In such a state, the soul receives supreme divine light or Param Prakash, due to which the Param Akash Tattva or supreme ether element is charged. If a soul receives even the smallest quantity of supreme light, then the casual body, as well as the subtle body of the soul, gets energized. This supreme light destroys the heaviness which was earlier present in the subtle body. Thus, the soul becomes weightless and the soul gradually moves to higher dimensions. In the astral world, there are millions of times more souls than the number of human souls living on the earth as human beings. In the lower astral world, ranging from 500 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers above the earth's surface, there are large groups of negative souls with devilish traits. Sinful or impure souls remain below 1,000 kilometer layer, whereas the pure and good souls can easily cross beyond the 1,000 kilometer range from the earth. As a soul moves to the higher dimensions, the thoughts that arise in the mind of the soul also change accordingly. Bhuvarlok is also called Pitruloka. This is the abode of our departed ancestors. In ancient times, departed souls would reside in this realm and enjoy the fruit of their merits and wait for reincarnation on the earth plane. However, at current times, the souls do not possess the energy even to go up to Pitruloka. The sacred rituals called Shraddh are carried out after the death of a person, in which offerings are made to the departed souls residing in Pitruloka. Unfortunately, currently, the departed souls are not even able to go to Pitruloka. Instead, they keep wandering around in the earth's atmosphere. Swargaloka. This is the third dimension, also called as heaven. Swarglok is located above Bhuvarlok. Now, who can go to heaven? The souls who have performed good deeds and led pious lives on earth can go to the Swarglok after death and are eligible to enjoy the fruits of their good karma in the heavenly realm. The Lord Dharamraj, also known as Lord Yama, the god of death and justice, who keeps an account of the virtuous and sinful deeds of a soul, determines the time for a soul to spend in heaven or hell. The souls residing in Swarglok possess a body of 3 elements. Such a divine body gives sufficient happiness to the soul, whereas in the mortal world one has a heavy body made of 5 physical elements. The Swarglok is an enchanting place with the gods and goddesses leading an opulent, materialistic life full of enjoyment and comforts, music, dance, and they are often found partaking in somras, a heavenly elixir. When the accrued good karma comes to an end, the power of the gods and goddesses depletes, and they are directed to leave Swarglok to reside in earth, the Bhulok. Highly knowledgeable and spiritually advanced souls will never desire for the temporary happiness of heaven, and they would rather focus on self-liberation, also known as moksha. Such yogi souls will move to higher dimensions above Swarglok, such as Janlok, Taplok, Mahalok, Brahmapuri, Vishnupuri, Shivpuri, or Paramdham, which is the supreme abode of this solar system. Such great souls will attain liberation in Paramdham, which is the incorporeal abode of Lord Shiv, who is the creator of this solar system. Thus, pious souls, due to their spiritual efforts, merge into Parabrahma Parameshwar, which is the formless or incorporeal form of Paramatma, which is the supreme soul, Shiva. When the soul merges into the Parabrahma or supreme soul of incorporeal Shiv and loses its identity, then it is called the attainment of moksha or mukti, the salvation or liberation or the dissolution of the soul. A year on earth is equivalent to a day in Swarglok or heaven. On earth, there is illusion in the physical form, whereas in Swarglok, the illusion or the veiling power of nature is present in the subtle form. Illusion in the physical world is displayed through the physical elements, and illusion in the subtle world is displayed through the subtle elements of air, fire, and ether. It is interesting to know that the beauty, grandness, and happiness found in Swarglok is not eternal, but in fact temporary in nature. The presence of Maya, or the illusionary power, exists from earth till Brahmapuri. One can say that there is no difference between Swarglok and Bhulok except the type of body, meaning the deities of Swarglok possess a subtle body of 3 elements, and human beings have a physical body of 5 elements. We can also find the presence of the main vices such as lust, anger, greed, attachment, and envy in the deities. The deities are also afflicted with such vices, just like the human beings on earth. So, deities are also definitely trapped in illusion. The king of Swarglok, which is Indra, also has the desire to get the position of Brahma, that is, to become Lord of Brahmapuri. It is only in the Bhulok where a soul can get spiritual knowledge to attain self-realization and God-realization, and thereby attain salvation. So even deities like Indra had to come down to earth for getting knowledge of the soul from Prajapati in his ashram. Earth is the Karma Bhumi, or in other words, it is the land of actions where we can put our efforts to gain the spiritual knowledge by discharging our rightful duty. Deities cannot obtain divine knowledge of the soul and the supreme soul in Swarglok. Swarglok is basically nothing more than a place of luxury and enticing splendors. It is a realm where the soul gets to fulfill its intrinsic inner desires on account of its good karmas. There exists a time difference between the Swarglok and heaven as per the Hindu astronomy based on the Puranas and scriptures. One day of the deities in heaven is 1 solar year of the humans on earth. 100 years of deities in Swarglok is about 36,500 solar years on earth. By this calculation, one can understand that a soul has, for example, only 100 years of happiness in the heavenly realm, which is a large time period of 36,500 years on earth, but in return, a soul is subjected to countless numbers of birth and death of the karmic cycles on earth. A soul's virtuous deeds on earth result in the elevation of the soul to heaven for a temporary period of time, after which the soul has to come back to earth either as a human or as one of the 8.4 million life forms of various species as per its karmas. Abominable, sinful actions on the earth plane lead to the downfall of the soul into the 550 million hells known as the netherworlds or Narakloka. The spiritually knowledgeable souls do not fall prey to illusionary joys that are found in the three worlds of Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok. The wise souls, having full knowledge about the soul science, are very well aware that life in our solar system is just a blink in the casual ocean of the Supreme God. For example, as per the Hindu time cycle, in one day of Brahma, a Kalpa Pralay takes place in which the three worlds of Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok get destroyed. When one cycle of 4 yugas, known as Chaturyug, finishes on the earth, a partial dissolution called Ardha Pralay occurs on the earth. In this manner, the completion of 71 cycles of Chaturyuga is called one Manvantar. When 14 Manvantars gets completed, a Kalpa Pralay occurs, when all the three layers of creation like Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok get destroyed. So in one day of Brahma, all three levels of creation, such as Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok, get destroyed. Therefore, we can understand that the time period of the divine realm of heaven is also finite in nature. As per the various stories in the Hindu Puranas, Lord Indra, the mighty king of gods and the ruler of Swarglok, was cursed on quite a few occasions for his misdeeds and unrighteous actions. In order to get Brahmagyan, or the knowledge of Brahma, which is the supreme incorporeal radiant form of God, the souls residing in Swarglok also have to come down to earth for attaining spiritual knowledge and enlightenment. This is because though Swarglok is in the higher subtle realm and the deities live there in the best of comforts and happiness, there is no spiritual knowledge in this realm. The souls from heaven, reborn in the mortal world, to obtain knowledge of Brahm from self-realized sages called as rishis, munis, and yogis on earth, and practice being in a state of total union with the Almighty while being alive in the physical body. In short, to attain the God-realized state of supreme consciousness, to attain moksha, by leaving all worldly desires and attachments, being absorbed in the bliss of merging one's consciousness in the Supreme Soul of Param Brahma Parameshwar, a soul has to take the human body in this physical world of the earth plane. Such is the wonderful privilege and value of the human birth. It is praised by great sages in various ancient scriptures that the human body is greater than a divine body in Swarglok. Adi Shankaracharya, one of the greatest saints and philosophers of India, who is considered an avatar of Lord Shiva, places knowledge of the self and of Brahm higher than attaining moksha. According to the Vedas and Upanishads, it is only the foolish soul who aspires to go to Swarglok. True happiness and supreme peace is in the supreme abode, the Param Dham. Mahalok. Mahalok is a part of the 7 higher planetary systems, or Urdhva Loka, situated above Dhruva Loka. It is at a distance of 1 million leagues above the pole star. This dimension is inhabited by saints, rishis, and spiritual souls who live and meditate together in their groups. Mahaloka can also be described as the realm which lies between the middle 3 worlds and the upper worlds. It is a higher planetary realm composed of the 3 subtle elements of air element, ether element, and fire element. The atmosphere of Mahalok is purer than in Swarglok. There are numerous layers of creation inside Mahalok, as well as differences in the time scale in these layers. The souls in Mahalok have a fine subtle body. Many souls from various solar systems and galaxies reside in this world. The souls meditate earnestly in Mahalok to go to the higher realms, as there are no bodily attractions or body consciousness here. Male and female souls remain on friendly terms and meditate together by remaining in soul consciousness. At the time of Kalpa Pralay, these inhabitants become aware of the impending cosmic event and immediately move to the Janlok, which is the next higher lok above Mahalok. It is the dimension above Mahalok. Mahalok does not get destroyed in this Kalpa Pralay, but it is affected by the annihilation of the three worlds of Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok during this cosmic event. During the process of destruction of the three lower worlds of Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok, the intense fire elements also spread up to Mahalok, so as to forcing the souls in Mahalok to move up into the higher layers of creation. Unlike the deities of Swarglok, the souls here are not inclined towards enjoyments, and they are spiritually knowledgeable and are great souls. These enlightened beings are well aware of the temporal nature of the sensory pleasures of Swarglok, and they know that the attractions of heaven will lead to the downfall of their soul. Janlok. Janlok is situated above Mahalok. At an expanse of 20 million leagues above Dhruvlok lies the lower of the higher planetary spheres or Urdhva Lokas known as Janlok. This celestial realm is the abode of renowned saints and sages. The word Jana means people. There is a great number of souls who inhabit this sphere, therefore it's called Janaloka. The noble souls in this dimension lead life of a householder similar to that of life on earth, and creation also takes place. However, there is no aspect of enjoyment in the dimension or even in creating. The souls are not indulged in any form of desires. Here, souls practice meditation and dedicate themselves to the pursuit of soul consciousness and God realization, and thereby go to the higher dimensions. In Janlok, there are multitudes of souls belonging to different religions, sectors, spiritual paths, doctrines, etc. The great spiritual saints that reside here, for the sake of the upliftment of mankind, come down on earth and incarnate as an avatar. It's interesting to know that inside Janlok there are various layers of creation. Here, one can find many temples, churches, mosques, and many other religious institutions in the subtle form, according to various religions and spiritual dogmas of different types of souls residing in this dimension. The natural beauty of the landscape here is similar to that on earth. There are villages, cities, hills, rivers, etc., but all are in the subtle form, made of the three elements. The ambience and purity of atmosphere in Janlok inspires many souls to reside in this realm of creation, even though some of these souls residing in Janlok possess knowledge of different solar systems or of galaxies, universes, etc. Here, the atmosphere is much lighter and purer as compared to the earth, so souls feel comfortable to stay in this dimension of creation. One day in Janlok is equivalent to 100 years on earth. The lifespan of this divine realm is one ultimate great dissolution of the solar system known as Mahakalpa Pralay. The souls who inhabit this realm are religious and peaceful in nature. They pray to their favorite deity or gods such as Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, or Shakti. However, mostly they worship Ma Shakti. Founding fathers of different religions, various spiritual masters, and sages all reside in Janlok. They render help and assistance to the followers of their religion or spiritual doctrines on earth, as well as they are also engaged in expanding their established religion or spiritual doctrine on earth from this dimension of creation. Taplok. Taplok is twice as big in its expanse as Janlok. In this abode, souls are pure and enlightened beings who live in complete indifference to their body. Taplok is the abode where saints do intense spiritual practices called penance, and so it is known as Taplok because Tap means penance. The souls here are in soul conscious state and do not have any emotions towards any other souls residing in this realm, since they are totally focused on their own spiritual advancement. The souls pray or meditate on their chosen gods, such as Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, or Goddess Shakti, and they are always immersed in a state of intense love towards their chosen god or deity. Taplok is located 400 million kilometers above Dhruvlok. In this dimension, there is a huge time difference. One day in Taplok equals 10,000 years on Earth. The spiritual environment is very powerful in this dimension compared to the layers below Taplok. As the soul travels towards the upper layers, the soul gets more power. Each layer has greater spiritual power than the dimension below it, so it is better for spiritual growth of the soul to evolve to higher dimensions. As the soul travels to the higher dimensions, the air element present in the subtle body of the soul gradually diminishes, and there is an increase in ether element, also known as Akash Tattva. The purified soul then further travels into higher dimensions such as Brahmapuri. Brahmapuri, Satyaloka, the dimension where Brahma resides. Are Satyaloka and Brahmaloka one or the same? Satyaloka is widely regarded as Brahmapuri. However, one must know that Satyaloka is a lower celestial realm below Brahmapuri. This means there are several dimensional layers in any of these higher planetary spheres. Satyaloka is in the lower layer of Brahmaloka. The ascetic souls reside here. In Brahmaloka, Lord Brahma resides with his consort, Goddess Saraswati. Lord Brahma is responsible for the whole creation of the solar system. When Lord Brahma created the Saptarishis, the 7 sages, during the initial phase of creation, the Saptarishis then created the 7 lokas or layers of creations from earth till Brahmapuri. Therefore, the 7 dimensions are located below Brahmapuri. The soul of Lord Brahma is made of Paramakash Tattva or Supreme Ether element. This is the abode of truth or reality. When a soul arrives in Brahmapuri, then it realizes the truth or the reality of its origin. Upon reaching this realm, the accumulated karmas in the subtle body get destroyed. For those souls who have been created with the ether element, their soul journey comes to an end in Brahmaloka. They won't be able to travel any further to the upper layers, and if they want, they can attain final liberation in this realm by merging themselves into their creator soul. However, the souls made up of supreme ether or supreme light can go further to higher dimensions. In order to go to Vishnupuri, the soul needs to perform further penance. Upon the removal of the karmic accounts and imprints of the 3 elemental subtle body, such souls are free to travel to the casual world, which is Vishnupuri. In Satyaloka or Brahmapuri, the soul gets to know about its creator. Therefore, such powerful souls make efforts to reach their creator's soul. There is a vast difference in the passage of time in Brahmaloka and on earth. 1 second in Brahmaloka is equivalent to 100,000 years on the earth plane. This has been clearly written down in our ancient scriptures and Puranas such as the Vishnu Puran. We can understand this concept clearly with the help of a short story from the Puranas. In the Golden Age, or Satyug, there was a ruler known as Kakudmi, ruling over his kingdom Kusasthali. When his beautiful and talented daughter, Revti, had reached a marriageable age, the king was not able to find a worthy groom on earth for her. So by using his mystical powers, he went along with Revti to Brahmalok in order to seek Lord Brahma's advice on this matter. However, upon their arrival, the king and his daughter found that Brahmaji was busy watching a performance by the celestial musicians and dancers of that dimension. They decided to patiently wait for some time until the performance was finished. Then Kakudmi sought Brahmaji's advice for finding a suitable groom for Revati. Thereupon, Lord Brahma said that in the brief period that they had waited in Brahmapuri, 27 Chaturyugas, which means 108 yugas, had already passed on earth. All the eligible princes whom Kakudmi knew would be long dead, as well as their grandchildren. Brahmaji smiled and explained to Kakudmi that time runs differently in different planes of existence, and by the time the king would reach on earth, all his wives, ministers, armies, kinsmen, father, and his entire kingdom would have been wiped out by the march of time. Note: if we calculate further, then we can arrive at an exact time of 19.43 minutes that the father and daughter had waited in Brahmalok. Brahmaji consoled him and advised both of them, saying that if they started at the present moment, by the time they reach earth, 28th Dwapar Yug would be running its course and the age of Krishna Avatar would have started. And he recommended Lord Balram, who is a divine incarnation of Sheshnag, as a suitable groom for his daughter Princess Revati, so that Kakudmi would attain moksha at the hands of Lord Shri Krishna. King Kakudmi was taken aback and shocked by this unexpected turn of developments. As soon as they reached earth, King Kakudmi gave away his daughter to Lord Balram in marriage. There are also two more notable instances mentioned in the Puranas about time dilation. There was a rishi named Lomesh, and he had a lifespan of 15 years of Brahma's life. This means he had witnessed 5,475 kalpa pralayas. Another case is of Markandeya Rishi. Markandeya Rishi was blessed with a lifespan of 7 days of Brahma. This means a total period of 6,408 crore years, which are 64.08 billion years, which also means that the Rishi would have seen 7 Kalpa Pralayas, cosmic events, in his lifespan. So these instances are the proof of time dilation and time travel as recorded in our ancient scriptures. Passage of time changes as we change the dimensions or layers of creation are evident from these instances, which science now calls as time dilation. Vishnupuri or Vishnu Lok. Vishnupuri is a divine residence within the Brahmand created by Lord Vishnu's divine energy of Maya. The sheer opulence and grandeur of Vishnu Lok are unimaginably magnificent. This spiritual plane is also known as Vaikuntha and is situated above Brahmalok and the 7 upper planetary systems. It encloses the renowned cosmic milk ocean Shir Sagar, in the middle of which Lord Vishnu rests on Sheshnag. Lord Vishnu, along with his consort Goddess Lakshmi and other divine attendants of the Lord Vishnu, reside in this abode. All the personalities in this abode are themselves highly pure and divine in nature. In Vishnu Lok, the atmosphere is made of 50% Param Tattva, which means supreme elements, including Param Akash Tattva, which is supreme ether element, Param Vayu Tattva, which is supreme air element, and Param Agni Tattva, which is supreme fire element. There is supreme happiness in Vaikuntha. The demonic souls cannot enter this highly spiritual dimension of creation. Those souls who have unceasing devotion to Lord Vishnu, they are the ones who attain Vishnu Lok at last. In Vishnu Lok, there is also the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna and Radharani. Here, the Supreme Personality of Sri Krishna is always engaged in Ras Leela with the gopis who also reside here. This is the destination of true devotee souls who worship the Supreme Personalities of Lord Ram and Sri Krishna as incarnations of Lord Vishnu. By being in the path of pure bhakti, which is devotion, the souls are immersed in remembrance of their beloved Lord. and the karmic accounts of such souls are destroyed completely, and they are able to enter the transcendental abode of Vishnupuri. Lord Vishnu's soul is made of supreme ether element. Vishnu Lok is also called as Karan Jagat, or the casual world. The subtle body in this layer of creation is composed of 50% supreme elements and 50% three elements. Vishnupuri is dominated by the Rajo quality, hence it's known as Rajo Pradhan in its essential nature. Here, the souls are in angelic forms known as Farishtas. The environment here in Vishnupuri pervades all around with souls enchanting sweet musical vibrations, invoking spiritual joy. The inhabitants of this abode are well aware of the happenings on earth as well as the future of humanity. The souls of the casual world advise and guide the subtle world souls that reside in the lower dimensions. The souls in Vishnu Lok can travel ahead into Shivpuri after finishing off their karmic bonds of the casual body. Shivpuri, Mahakaran Jagat. Shivpuri is the abode of Lord Shiv and his consort goddess Shakti, where they live in the higher subtle form or in Akari Roop. And from here, they control the functioning of our solar system. Lord Shiva is also known as Mahadev because he is in charge of the creation of Devtas, which are godly souls. Goddess Shakti is also called Adi Shakti since it is due to her divine power and divine force that maintains the whole solar system in perfect order. Shivpuri is also called the Great Casual World or Mahakaran Jagat. The souls possess a powerful subtle body called the supra-casual body, composed of supreme elements. The world of Shivpuri is composed of 100% supreme elements. The mountains, rivers, etc. in Shivpuri are made up of supreme elements. Pious souls who stay in Shivpuri owing to their spiritual merits are always in a state of supreme happiness and bliss. However, after residing in Shivlok for a very long period of time, souls wish to experience the ultimate real state of a soul, which is Param Shanti or supreme peace. Such a seeker soul then meditates on the formless or the incorporeal supreme soul, Shiva, to attain the state of Param Shanti. Supreme Abode, Param Dham. The Supreme Abode is the highest dimension in our solar system, and it is the abode of the incorporeal Supreme Soul. Param Dham is also called Amar Lok, or the eternal world of the solar system. Shiva is also known as Parabrahma Parameshwar, Nirakar Shiv. The formless Supreme Soul in light form, or incorporeal Shiv, is the creator of one solar system, which in the Behad Gyan is referred to as one Brahmand. The pure souls who reside in Paramdham are in the state of being beyond emotions, beyond the three gunas, which are Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. They are beyond karmic bondages, which is incorporeal form of supreme peace and supreme bliss. There are three forms of Lord Shiv. They are the Nirakar Roop, which is the powerful incorporeal supreme light form. He resides in Paramdham. The second is Akari Roop, which is the higher subtle form of Lord Shiv. He resides in Shivpuri or Shivaloka. 3. The Sakari Roop, which is the physical form of Lord Shiv, also known as Lord Shankar. He resides in the subtle abode of the Himalayas in Kailash mountain. The incorporeal god, Shiva, cannot be called as Swayambhu, one who has come into existence on his own or self-manifested. The creator of Nirakari Shiv is Mahashiva, who is the controller of a galaxy. The incorporeal form of Shiv does not directly perform any karma or actions, but he gets the work done through other souls. Therefore, Nirakari Shiv does not come under karmic bondages. Nirakari Shiv gets the work done through Akari Shiv Shakti. Akari Shiv Shakti, or Lord Shiv, and Goddess Shakti in Shivpuri control our solar system for its harmonious functioning. So, the divine form of God Shiv Shakti performed the work of creation in the Brahmand through Lord Brahma, and the maintenance and preservation of our solar system is done through Lord Vishnu, and the destruction is done through Lord Shankar. Whenever the power of the incorporeal supreme soul of Shiv decreases in power, Shiv becomes a Jeev, an ordinary weak soul. Further, by making intense spiritual efforts, the Jiva becomes again a divine incorporeal Shiv. Only a soul who is created out of the supreme light can go to the abode of incorporeal Lord Shiv in the Paramdham. On the other hand, if a soul who is created from the supreme ether goes to the Paramdham, then it will be dissolved into the powerful supreme light. Therefore, the souls made of Paramakash Tattva cannot reside in the incorporeal world of supreme light. Souls who are creations of incorporeal Shiv go to him and merge into his divine incorporeal light form, and so their soul journey comes to an end. If the soul desires mukti or salvation, then it merges within the incorporeal form of Shiv, and with the blissful union, the existence of the soul ceases. The journey into higher dimensions continues until the soul reaches its creator. Souls who have come from galaxies or universes are made up of supreme light of higher celestial degrees, so they have more soul power and they can continue to travel above the supreme abode to the galaxy or to the universe. Upon reaching their creator, they merge into their creator, or they can become Mahashiv or Param Mahashiv. Time scales on various dimensions of creations in terms of human years on Earth. This is a chart showing the time period on Earth versus the time period on higher dimensions as described by Bapuji versus the time period in Brahmapuri versus the corresponding time period for Mahashiv versus the corresponding time period for Param Mahashiv versus the corresponding time period for Param Mahashiv. 1 year on earth is 1 day in Swarglok. 10 years on earth is 1 day in Mahalok. 100 years on earth is 1 day in Janlok. 1,000 years on earth is 1 day in Taplok. 0.1 million years on earth is 1 second in Brahmapuri. 0.2 million years on earth is 1 second in Vishnupuri. 0.3 million years on earth is 1 second in Shivpuri. 2.5 million years on earth is 1 second in Paramdham. 4.32 billion years on earth is the age limit of Swarglok, which is 1,000 Chaturyugas or 1 Kalpa Pralay in Swarglok. 4.32 billion years on earth is 1 day in Brahmapuri. 8.64 billion years on earth is 2,000 Chaturyugas. 8.64 billion years on earth is 1 day and 1 night in Brahmapuri. 3,110.4 billion years on earth is 1 year in Brahmapuri. 155.52 trillion years on earth are 50 years or 1 parad in Brahmapuri. 311.04 trillion years on earth is 1 Mahakalpa Pralay. It is the end of a Brahmand or solar system. 311.04 trillion years on earth is 100 years in Brahmapuri, known as 2 parads. 311.04 trillion years on Earth is 1 second of Mahashiv. 311.04 trillion times 315.36 billion years on Earth is 1 Mahakal Pralay, which is the end of the time period of the galaxy. This is also 10,000 years of Mahashiv. This is 1 second of Param Mahashiv. 311.04 trillion times 315.36 billion times 3,153.6 billion years is equal to 100,000 years of Param Mahashiv, and this equals to 1 second of Param Mahashiv. Had ki dunya and Behad ki dunya. By saying Had ki dunya, we mean the finite creation. We mean the perishable, destructible, and the non-eternal worlds, which are composed of the 5 physical elements, the mortal plane of existence, the world of birth and death. Behad ki dunya, or the infinite worlds of creation, is eternal and non-destructible in nature, composed of supreme elements, supreme light. Such infinite dimensions of creations are well beyond the physical and material world of 5 elements. The word Behad means endless, infinite, and unlimited. These are beyond the imagination of the ordinary human consciousness. In short, Behad means the worlds of creations which cannot be understood with our limited faculties of imagination. Chapter 3: Light, Speed, and Time Dilation. The possibility that there might be more than one dimension of time has always been a subject of deep research in the field of modern physics. As of now, scientists have found many proof which prove the fact that, in space, the flow of time is different in different dimensions. As per the time dilation theory, the speed of time in different dimensions above Earth is different. It has been found that the passage of time depends on the location of the observer and the speed of the observer or the experiencer. This is called time dilation, where the passage of time slows down as one moves faster. If the span of time is larger between 2 events, then the passage of time is greater. In the Puranas, the incident of which Balram, the elder brother of Sri Krishna, is mentioned about marrying the beautiful princess Revati, who along with her father had spent a few minutes in Brahmalok, and by the time the duo had returned back to Earth, 27 yugas had already passed on Earth. As explained above, when 27 Chaturyugas elapses on Earth, then only 19.53 minutes elapses in Brahmalok. This clarifies that the passage of time on Earth is many times than the passage on time in Brahmalok. Along with this concept, there is one more factor called the effect of gravity on time dilation, where time varies as gravity varies. Like time, gravity is also a relative term. It is also the reason why the passage of time is greater for objects closer to the surface of the Earth, where the effect of the Earth's gravity is maximum. One more example is that the passage of time is slower for people living on a mountain than those living at sea level. The passage of time on Earth that we experience is many times greater than what we experience near a black hole. By this, we can understand that as we get closer to a black hole, the passage of time slows down compared to the flow of time far from the black hole, and near the black hole, the slowing of time is extreme. According to Einstein's theory, any massive body in space produces this effect. In recent experiments and research on the speed of time, scientists found that the time slows down in higher altitudes above the Earth's surface than on Earth. This is known as gravitational time dilation. It occurs whenever there is a difference in the strength of gravity, no matter how small that difference is. The Earth has a lot of mass and therefore a lot of gravity, so it bends space and time enough to be measured. When a person gets farther away from the Earth's surface by even just a few meters, then the gravitational force of Earth on that person becomes weaker, and accordingly, the passage of time reduces as compared to Earth. There have been many interesting experiments conducted for many years, and one noteworthy example is the famous October 1971 Hafele-Keating experiment at the United States Naval Observatory. In this experiment, to the theory of relativity of time, 4 atomic clocks were taken aboard commercial airliners to test the time dilation. They made airline flights around the world in both directions, each circuit taking about 3 days. When they returned and compared their clocks with the clock of the observatory in Washington, D.C., it was found that the flown clocks had gained ahead about 10 nanoseconds with an increase in every kilometer for each day elapsed on Earth, relative to the observatory clock. Similarly, if we travel on a high-speed vehicle in space with a speed very close to the speed of light, then time appears to slow down. However, if we start traveling at the speed of light, then time slows down to a stop. This is known as special relativistic time dilation, where the faster the relative velocity, the greater the time dilation between one another, with time coming to a stop as one approaches the speed of light. In the case of astronauts living on the ISS, the International Space Station, gravitational time dilation takes place since they are floating above about 260 miles. Here, the Earth's gravitational pull is weaker than on its surface on the ground. This means the passage of time should be slower in space for the astronauts as compared to people on Earth. However, the space station is also moving around the Earth at about 8.04 kilometers per second, which means time should also slow down for the astronauts relative to people on the surface. As a result, the astronauts end up aging slower than people on Earth, though the difference is very marginal. After spending 6 months on the ISS, astronauts would have aged about 0.005 seconds less than the people on Earth. As per the Behad knowledge given by our most supremely knowledgeable Bapuji, he has explained that a soul is able to move to enter space due to the power of supreme light present in it, and the speed of traveling is determined by the power of the soul. Furthermore, the time in the creation is determined by the speed with which the soul moves. Therefore, it can be said that in space, time, speed, and the power inherent in the soul, all three are relative to each other. The proof of relativity between time, speed, and power of the soul can be noticed in the higher dimensions situated above the earth, where time flows at a very slow rate. For example, in the third dimension, which is heaven or Swarglok, a day and night of the deities is a year on earth. So, the time of the deities or devtas flows very slowly as compared to the time that passes on earth. Similarly, if we take the example of Lord Brahma's one day and one night, the difference in speed of time is staggeringly large. A day of Brahma, including the day and night, in Brahmalok is equal to 8.64 billion years on earth. In the Paramdham, the incorporeal world of Supreme God Shiva, a soul is not bound by the laws of time and experiences a timeless state of existence. Time and gravity in the Paramdham may be considered as an absolute for this Brahmand. One may attribute this as an instance of gravitational time dilation, where the enormous gravitational power of the creator of this Brahmand, Shiva, is so large that time does not flow here, almost, relative to trillions and trillions of years passed on Earth. Our universe, a scientific viewpoint. Our present age advancements in science and technology have taken notably huge leaps in knowledge and consequently impacted the daily life of humankind as a whole. Despite the fact that new innovations and technological progress have given us all a life of ease as compared with the life of humans in the previous 100 years or so, we must be aware that in the process, mankind has only moved away from nature. There is no doubt that scientific research and developments in technology have given a lot of material prosperity to humans, but we must also acknowledge that the negative impact of modern science has separated the soul from spiritual science, creating an illusionary world of objects and its false happiness. As a result, man has got lost in the world of sense objects, leading him to forget the true nature of a soul. As per scientists, a human being is nothing but a collection of atoms, a structure of flesh and bones, and at the most an evolved animal, in comparison to other species. However, we fail to realize the truth that man is not an animal at the highest point in the evolutionary ladder, but he is a divine being, albeit a fallen one. Whatever we can perceive with these physical eyes is just the physical body only, but we do not comprehend that the body of 5 elements is just an external covering of the eternal reality called the soul which lies inside. In today's age, our understanding is limited only to the world of 5 senses, which is why we take the outer covering of the soul, which is the physical body, as the only truth, and this is the main cause of all of our problems. A question surely will arise here. Despite the magnificent intelligence that science has demonstrated in all fields, there is a distinct failure on the part of scientists to understand the soul and its workings. Why is it so? Further, all the world's renowned physicists have not been able to solve the mystery of dark matter and dark energy to date, despite diligent researches made in this field. For example, the CERN laboratory established in 1954 in Geneva, Switzerland, operates the largest particle physics laboratory in the world. It also contains the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, set up in 2008 for enabling research into the fundamental structure of what the universe is made of and how it works. Yet, one wonders why is there no solid breakthrough on dark matter and dark energy until the date. The question remains unanswered by science. From a spiritual viewpoint, the cause of this is very simple. Due to reliance only on physical instruments and gross material-based experiments, the information obtained by scientists is highly limited in nature. The source of information obtained by the intellect is only through the world of sense and 5 elements. This is precisely the reason science is unable to penetrate into the heart of the invisible universe and find accurate answers. Its sole reliability on material-based machines, instruments, and equipment would result in information about the physical gross material world only. Whereas a person who follows the spiritual path by acquiring spiritual knowledge and engaging in meditation by focusing his consciousness in the Atma and by continuous practice will be able to uncover all the mysteries within himself. Here, the intellect and mind are turned inwards by focusing only on the soul. Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya is a concept in Indian Vedanta where Brahm or Paramatma, which is the incorporeal supreme divine light, is considered the only eternal truth, and the visible gross world is an illusion. Since the soul is but a part of God, the Almighty, Paramatma, in effect, this means we carry the same divine truth within ourselves. It's not by studying the physical phenomena of this physical world that one will gain fruitful answers, but only by the power of the soul, by going deep within one's self in connecting with Paramatma Parameshwar. The mysteries of this universe and the entire creation will be revealed. The spiritual journey of a seeker to go within oneself to the soul is the only solution available to science as of today. Nikola Tesla, the genius scientist, had said, "The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in one decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence." The unseen cosmic world is so subtle and vast that this gross world of name and form can see and understand only 0.01%, or even less, of the unseen reality. The material world is made of 5 elements, which is air, ether, fire, water, and earth. A day will come soon in the near future when science will be able to view the unexplained parts of the universe and the creation, with the help of highly developed instruments made of refined elements known as supreme subtle elements. The material world is primarily based on the water and earth elements, which give shape and form to this physical reality. It is also the reason why we are unable to see with these physical eyes the countless numbers of ghosts and spirits around us, since they are in 3 elemental subtle bodies made of ether, air, and fire elements. The reality of invisible world is multitude times more than the visible material world, and we have never been able to know much about it. The reason is that this unseen world is made of supreme elements, which are Param Akash Tattva, Param Vayu, and Param Agni Tattva, which are unknown to science. These elements of the invisible world are highly subtle, refined, and carriers of tremendous energy that one cannot view with physical devices nor comprehend by the human intellect with physical scientific tools. So, this invisible world has remained hidden and inaccessible from any scientific research. The only possible way to know about it or go into these non-physical, supernatural, and subtle dimensions is through the tools made of supreme elements and the devices composed of the supreme elements. In the last century, there have been many great scientists who had made immense contributions to science, surprisingly, without the aid of sophisticated laboratories or expensive equipment. Albert Einstein is one of the prime examples of genius. As per his theory of general relativity, massive objects warp or bend the space and time around them, and the effect a warp has on its objects is what we call as gravity. In other words, gravity is a curving or warping of time and space. The more massive an object, the more it warps the space around it. Further, the warping effect affects the measurements of time. We tend to think of time as a ticking away at a steady rate, but just as gravity can stretch or warp space, it can also dilate time, since there is a difference in the strength of gravity at each place. The theory of relativity given by Einstein in 1915 transformed theoretical physics and astronomy during the 20th century, giving physicists a totally new perspective, superseding a 200-year-old theory of classical mechanics of solid objects. The question is, how did Einstein understand and come to all these conclusions, which stand true even today? without the help of any co-researcher or sophisticated laboratory for his findings. He used his wonderful power of imagination and visualization, and all of a sudden he invented the theory of relativity and equation E equals mc squared. Einstein had a typical method of focusing on his ideas and theory by closing his eyes and drifting away mentally to a different dimension, and by the way of his thoughts, it would bring in new ideas to the world. Einstein basically had the whole theory in his mind, which he would solve and visualize in his thoughts itself. This process was much more accurate than the cumbersome laboratory-based experiments. Einstein called his methodology a thought experiment. An instance once when Einstein was to give a lecture at the Princeton University in the United States, the officials asked him for a list of items that he would require to prove his theory by the way of an experiment, but he simply asked them to provide a blackboard, few chalks, a pencil, and few sheets of paper for writing. The university official was taken aback at the simple request and wondered as to how could Einstein possibly conduct his experiment with such few things. Nikola Tesla, in his book Man's Greatest Achievement, has stated, "My brain is only a receiver in the universe. There is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated into the core, but I know that it exists." Nikola Tesla's brilliant inventions came through inspirational visions, which would suddenly flash in his mind, giving him the required information on his project. While working on any new invention, due to his intuitive mind, Tesla would more than often receive a complete and clear picture, a vision in his mind about the exact shape, size, length, width, etc. of his invention. He is said to have envisioned complete diagrams of his inventions, known as picture thinking. He sometimes worked from his memory, not bothering to draw them. He never married and considered his celibacy as a great asset due to which he could produce such amazing innovations. He had superhuman mental abilities which allowed him to think and analyze in his mind complex electrical machines and build them without taking any notes. Tesla fully believed in the existence of aliens and had openly stated that he was in regular communication with aliens. He used to often remark in his interviews that scientists discuss many topics of science, but no one bothers to talk or investigate about their intuition, which is more powerful. Usually, scientists perform experiments, and on the basis of the results derived from the experiments, they would state their theory. However, in all these great intellect minds, one common feature was their ability to completely visualize the invention in their mind and then only put down the theory later. Further, after having worked out the theory, they would proceed to conduct the necessary experiment based on the theory. Bapuji explains that such extraordinarily brilliant scientists do not belong to Earth, but they come from higher dimensions like different galaxies, universes, etc. These souls are part of a group of scientists who originally come from distant star systems, galaxies, or the universe and incarnate on our planet for the benefit of humankind. Such super-intelligent alien civilizations are far more advanced than on Earth in terms of knowledge and technology. Interestingly enough, the scientist's soul who is on Earth is assisted by his group souls from the higher dimensions who inspire him on his work with visions. After taking birth on Earth, the soul does not remember any of the origins of the different civilizations. He has to make great efforts to raise his memory to the forefront of his conscious mind so that he is able to clearly receive the messages sent by the group of scientist souls whom he belongs to. and also to create any beneficial innovation based on these visions. For working on such difficult and original endeavors, scientist souls avoid social interactions and prefer to lead a solitary life so that they can be in contact with their alien group. We can always notice how such a scientist will all of a sudden stop any other activities, become silent, and drift away in the dimension of knowledge through his thoughts. The group souls from the other dimension inspire the scientist soul through subtle rays, signals, or vibrations by giving an idea for an invention or an idea of a new concept. By inspiring through the rays, they give clarity about the new invention, information, and the process involved in carrying out the invention. In a nutshell, one may say that the scientist soul is under the guidance of his group souls who are situated in higher dimensions. Similarly, in other fields such as art and entertainment, we can find instances of inspired movies, television serials that depict life in the higher dimensions, other universes, or even have stories that show future events, etc. The producer, director, or script writers are inspired in their mind by the souls from the subtle world who send subtle rays that create the necessary imagination. Stephen Hawking, one of the greatest scientists, cosmologists, professors, and author, had a debilitating motor neuron disease known as ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, detected in his early 20s, which slowly, over a period of many years, caused his body to lose its physical normal functions, as if in a paralyzed condition. In fact, doctors had said he would probably survive for only 2 or 3 years. In the few years preceding his death in 2018, it was impossible for him to walk, talk, speak, swallow, and breathe, and over a period of time, he lost all speech functions and mobility. However, Dr. Hawking was able to retain his memory, intelligence, and personality even in the late stages of his disease. It is with the help of the alien souls from the subtle dimensions who sent rays to him occasionally, his brain could function effectively despite his failing body. These alien group souls initiated the development of a highly sophisticated technology, assistive technology, which helped Stephen Hawking to deliver lectures, speak to people, and spread his specialized knowledge to the world. His brain communicated his thoughts about the thesis to the receptive audience with the help of this technology. This technology was the medium through which Hawking remained active as a researcher and a scientist as well as in his personal life. It compensated for functional limitations due to ASL. In this way, Hawking would receive knowledge of his yet-to-be formulated theories from the subtle world through the thoughts in his brain. There are many scientists whose work had contributed towards the advancement of science, but it's an irony that with all their great achievements, these scientists have failed in one sense, that is their belief in God. Most of them, like Hawking for example, are atheists or semi-atheists, and their strong disbelief in God had passed on to their followers and admirers due to a single statement made by them. Such is the influence of these people on the average person that he or she also starts to imbibe the same wrong beliefs, and the whole culture, country, and their people tend to go towards the path of materialism, robbing man of his innate connection with the Supreme Creator. If a scientist makes any statement or remarks on spiritual matters, there is a profound effect on the general public and people change accordingly, whereas the teachings of an accomplished occult master, a siddha, or a spiritual master, is not taken seriously as it should be. So, as we can see the achievements of these brilliant scientists who were connected to their alien groups and through whom they received their inspiration, as well as information of the process of any of their invention, was not of their own. They were just a medium through which the subtle world souls get their work accomplished on earth for the advancement of humanity. However, the negative vibrations created on earth by these atheistic scientists is several times damaging effect than all the good done by them. It is because of their non-belief in spiritual power and lack of love or devotion to God. The views expressed by these scientists carry such a huge effect that at present a majority of people in the USA and Europe have become either atheists or agnostics. The present human soul has become so impressed with advancements of science and technology that their minds are now heavily conditioned with marvel of materialism. The words of a wise saint who gives knowledge from the Vedas, Upanishads, and talks about the subtle worlds are not paid attention to, whereas the scientists who discover the secrets of the Vedas and Upanishads, or source their knowledge and inventions from these eternal springs of spiritual knowledge, become famous. Due to such materialistic scientists, the number of people who truly listen and believe to the words of wisdom of a wise sage or saint has reduced significantly. 388 years ago, around 1,633 people used to believe that our Earth is the center of our universe, and the Sun, along with all the planets, revolve around the Earth. It was Galileo who discovered the fact that it is not the Sun, but the Earth and the other planets that revolve around the Sun. Whatever science has managed to discover with the help of physical equipment and tools in the last 150 to 200 years, our Indian rishis and sages had already discovered these scientific principles and theories several thousand years ago through the spiritual vision and power of meditation to God. Our astrological system and almanacs are proof of this acquired divine knowledge. Even our Indian ancient scriptures have explained about infinite of the infinite solar systems being created millions and millions of years ago, yet people choose to believe in the atheistic beliefs of these scientists. Lastly, we must always trust in the words of Paramatma and remember that a scientist can never take the place of the Supreme God. Chapter 4. Time of Brahmand. Divisions of time periods on earth. Kali Yuga is 432,000 years on earth. The average age of human is 100 years. Dwapar Yuga is 864,000 years on earth. The average age of human is 1,000 years. Treta Yuga is 1,296,000 years on earth. The average age of human is 10,000 years. Satya Yuga is 1,728,000 years on earth. The average age of the human is 100,000 years. The total time period of the four yugas, Kali Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Satyug make one Chaturyug. This is 4,320,000 years on earth. An Ardha Pralay happens after the completion of the four yugas, which are one Chaturyug or one Yugantar. This amount of time is 4,320,000 years on earth. This happens by the dissolution of Shankar, who is one of the prime deity of our solar system. This causes all of the sinful souls on earth to be subjected to death. A pralay happens after the completion of 71 Chaturyugas, which are 71 Yugantars, or 1 Manvantar, or 71 Ardha Pralays. This happens after 308.5 million years. This happens by the dissolution occurred by inundation whole earth in water, known as Jal Pralay. This is done by Vishnu, one of the prime deities of our solar system. After the Pralay happens, the whole creation on earth is destroyed. A Kalpa Pralay happens after the completion of 1000 Chaturyugas or 14 Manvantars or 1 day of Brahma. This happens after 4.32 billion years on Earth. This is carried out by Vishnu through the extreme temperature equivalent to combined power of the 12 suns. During this period, the whole creation of Bhulok, which is Earth, Bhubarlok, and Swarglok get burnt into ashes. All three dimensions are burnt into ashes. After this happens, all the souls of Bhulok, Bhuvarlok, and Swarglok are dissolved through extreme heat energy of the fire elements. A Mahakalpa Pralay happens after 1 second of Mahashiv, which is 100 years of Brahma, and 2 Parad, which is 36,500 Kalpa Pralays. This time period is 311.04 trillion years on Earth. This is done by the creator Shiv, who enters into the sun of the solar system and creates tremendous fire called Kalagni, which engulfs the whole creation of the solar system inside it. The whole solar system, including the 14 dimensions, are dissolved, and all the souls created by Shiv are dissolved in the extreme fire of Shiv. The Mahakal Pralay. This happens after 1 second of Param Mahashiv, which is 10,000 years of Mahashiv. This is 311.04 trillion times 315.36 billion years on Earth. This is done by Mahashiv, who becomes Mahakal and creates tremendous fire and absorbs the infinite solar systems into itself. All the solar systems, or the Brahmans, dissolve, so all the creations of Shiv and Mahashiv end in this Pralay. 50 years of Brahma equal 1 Parad. 100 years of Brahma equal 2 Parad. After 1 Manvantar, this is after 71 Chaturyug, the time of 1 Manu ends. Thus, 1 Manu, who is the seed of the male creation, and Shatrupa, which is the seed of the female creation, changes, and a new pair of Manu Shatrupa come into play. Brahma creates Manu, and Manu creates his counterpartner, Shatrupa, from within his power. There are 14 Manvantar in a day of Brahma, thus 14 Manu changes in a day of Brahma. In Christianity, they call Adam and Eve in their books, who are Manu and Shatrupa. Up to 20 years of Brahma, the creation was in a very subtle, pure state, so no dissolution took place up to 20 years of Brahma. Subsequently, the cycles of various time periods of Chaturyuga and Pralay started to cleanse the impurity from creation from time to time. So approximately 93 trillion years back, the process of dissolution on Earth and in this Brahmand or solar system started. Various celestial bodies and the age of the human civilization. The age of human life forms one Earth in this solar system. In present age, that would be 124.417 trillion years. The time limit of their age is 311.04 trillion years. In this, incorporeal Shiv has created this solar system, and Brahma was created subsequently from Vishnu. After 10 years of Brahma, Earth and the human life forms were created. The age of our solar system is 155.522 trillion years. The time limit of the age of the solar system is 311.04 trillion years. The time limit of a solar system is 100 years of Brahma. Out of this, 50 years have already been elapsed. The age of our Akash Ganga, or galaxy, and the souls of galaxy. In present age, this is very difficult to estimate because infinite Shivas are created from Mahashiv, who are creators of a solar system. The time limit of their age is 311.04 trillion times 315.36 billion years. At the time of the Mahakal Pralay, Mahashiv assumes the form of gigantic form of supreme fire known as Mahakal and absorbs the infinite Shivas into itself. That's why it is told, within a moment infinite solar systems are created as well as destroyed. How times have already been elapsed in this solar system since its creation by its creator. Now, as per the Hindu calculations of time, the second parad is in progress. It is the first day of second parad. In the first day, it is the 7th Manvantar. In the 7th Manvantar, it is the 28th Yugantar. Presently on earth, it is Kali Yuga of the 28th Yugantar. Now, already 5,118 years of Kali Yuga has already been elapsed. If we estimate the time elapsed till date since the beginning of our solar system, then it will be around 155.5 trillion, 20 billion, 1,980 million years. One can imagine its position in time-space dimension of this creation through these astronomical numbers. Light years. In this physical world of 5 elements, for measuring position of objects in space, we use light years to describe their distance, so that we can speak of the location of the terrestrial objects in terms of light years, which means the distance light travels in a year. Basically, a light year is a measurement of distance, and it has been found by scientists that nothing can travel at the speed of light. When we talk about light waves, we must know that light is electromagnetic radiation that shows the properties of both waves and particles. The term electromagnetic means light waves represent motion of both electric field and magnetic field. It is also important to note that light is an electromagnetic radiation of any wavelength, whether it is visible to the human eye or not. Electromagnetic waves such as radio waves, microwaves, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays can travel at the speed of light. This means if we send any message or signal to any part of the universe or receive any communication, then in such a case, those signals or messages can travel maximum at the speed of light but not beyond. 1 light year is 9.5 trillion kilometers. The speed of light is estimated at 300,000 kilometers per second. We are able to see any object only when scattered light travels to reach our eyes. For example, if a new star has formed 100,000 light years away from the Earth, then the light rays emitted by that star will reach Earth only after 100,000 years. By this, we may also understand that if a star is at a distance of 100,000 light years, we will be able to see the light on our planet after 100,000 years. Likewise, as one can understand that if the light emitted has taken 100,000 light years from that star to reach Earth, this means that the light is 100,000 years old by the time we see the star on Earth. It is possible in this scenario that the star may have exploded or been destroyed, but we will come to know about the star's destruction only after 100,000 years in the future, when the light from the star has stopped falling on the Earth's surface. Light from the sun travels at the speed of light, and it has been estimated that it takes sunlight an average of 8 minutes to travel from the sun to the Earth. Therefore, we can say that the sunlight that reaches us is 8 minutes old, and the image of the sun that is visible now on Earth is of the past 8 minutes. The center of the Milky Way is situated at a distance of 25,000 light years away from the Earth. This means that the image of the center of the Milky Way visible to us is 25,000 years old, which in turn means that we will always get 25,000 years older images of our Milky Way. Likewise, if you happen to meet your friend and see him, then the light rays that hit your eyes will take 3.3 nanoseconds to reach you, which means you will see your friend after 3.3 nanoseconds. Furthermore, in order to establish alien contact, if we send radio signals to a galaxy located at a distance of 2,000 light years away from Earth, the signals from our end will reach the far-off galaxy only after 2,000 human years. Upon receiving our radio signal, if an alien entity or alien group sends an answer or some sort of communication to Earth, then just like it had taken 2,000 years in sending the radio signal, the signal from the aliens will also take the same number of years to reach Earth. Source: Google. Light traveling time. Traveling time of light. Celestial bodies. Between Earth and Moon, the time required for light to travel the distance between these two celestial bodies is approximately 1.3 seconds. Between the Sun and the Earth, it would be approximately 8.2 minutes. Between the Earth and the nearest Sun, it would be approximately 4.3 years. Between the Earth and the end of our galaxy, it would be approximately 81,000 years. Between the Earth and the end of our galaxy, it would be approximately 46,500 million years. Chapter 5: The Knowledge Center of our Solar System. At some point in our busy lives, everyone goes through moments that are full of struggle, suffering, and anguish. And at such times, we can feel physically or emotionally exhausted, which in turn can lead to a state of fatigue and depression. During such challenging times, we tend to think of life as a burden and feel unable to cope with the pressures that come in our lives. When we reflect on the tough times faced by us and the consequent actions that we do to meet these hurdles, many of us may notice the negative patterns that have become our habitual behavior. We are aware of our tendency to repeat these negative attitudes in our day-to-day life, yet we invariably continue to react in the same negative pattern and fail to rise above these unnecessary reactions in the form of emotions. The term Akashic records is derived from the root word Akash, which in Sanskrit means sky or space or ether. In simple words, it can be said that the Akashic records is a vast library or collection containing the records of each and every thought and action from the past, present, and future relating to our entire cosmos. It is a database of information stored in the Akasha, or the ether element, which is in a higher dimension, regarding events, people, places, and experiences of humans and of all life forms. The events or thoughts, deeds, and feelings, etc. of every soul that are present in the Akashic record include all events happened in the past, events in the present, and also events to take place in the future. One can say that the Akashic record contains history of journey of infinite life paths of every soul right from the time of its creation. All these data get stored in the ether elements, Akash Tattva, of the solar system automatically as soon as the events occur. Akash Tattva, or ether element, is one of the fundamental elements of our solar system, from where all other subtle and gross elements have come into existence. Let us look into this topic from the point of view of the Behad Gyan to understand it in detail. There are infinite number of solar systems, galaxies, and universes created by their creators. In short, we may say that every creation has its own creator. The creator of the respective solar systems reside in the supreme abode of that solar system. For example, in a solar system, its creator, who is incorporeal Shiv, is at the highest dimension of the solar system, which is called as Paramdham. So, at the center of the Paramdham, there is complete knowledge and a perfect record of each and every creation made by the Creator. There is the record of every event or happenings of each and every dimension of the solar system. There is also the record of each and every moment, including the past, present, and future of each and every soul in the solar system. In each and every layer of the physical and subtle dimensions, there are subtle subatomic particles of supreme elements or elements that help in the functioning of that dimension. The entire information of any dimension of creation is recorded in the subtle subatomic particles of supreme elements, or elements present in the environment of the dimension of creation. In the case of our world of gross physical elements, all the information of this dimension is stored in each gross element, such as in each and every particle of the soil of the earth, in each and every drop of water, and in each and every molecule of the air that we breathe. The record of infinite time is contained in the solar system. It is a fact that till date the vibrations of every conversation that had happened and every word that was spoken are still drifting in the atmosphere in some forms. In fact, it may be possible in the future for spiritual scientists to get the Akashic record of the divine Bhagavad Gita discoursed by Sri Krishna to Arjuna on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. How to access Akashic records. An inquiring or a soul seeking ultimate truth may wish to understand the supreme knowledge of different spiritual dimensions, or may want to know one's past life through the Akashic records. In this process, firstly, it is of utmost necessity for the soul to know about oneself, for which the soul should start the journey into its inner world by diverting all its attention towards inner self to experience self-realization. Due to the considerable illusory effects of gross elements called as Maya, the human soul has remained in ignorance due to identification of the body as its sole reality. The ordinary human forgets the supreme truth that he is not this body made of gross 5 elements, but a soul. This is because of the veils of Maya accumulated on a soul and body consciousness, which shields the truth from being revealed. Therefore, till a soul does not shed off its ego and self-identify as a body in this invaluable human life meant for purushartha, which are spiritual efforts, the self-realization and God-realization until then is impossible. Without supreme knowledge and focused spiritual efforts, the soul will never be free from the eternal cycle of birth and death in the physical dimension of creation. It is only and only through the precious human birth that a soul can realize supreme divine knowledge of not only itself, but experience the supreme creator, soul, Paramatma. It is the knowledge and continuous practice of soul consciousness that will enable the soul with the soul power and increased levels of consciousness. In this way, when a soul becomes empowered with the required soul power, it can make the journey to higher planes of existence and be able to access the database of Akashic records of any particular dimension. In ancient times, many of the sages and saints, through meditation, were able to perceive up to 4th to 6th dimensions or subtle planes above the earth. When one is in a state of soul consciousness, the third eye opens as a result, so the soul is empowered to access higher dimensions according to the power in the soul. In this state, the soul can access information of the past, present, and future, stored in the elements of the subtle world. When a soul becomes a powerful receiver, it can absorb and analyze all the subtle vibrations and frequencies pertaining to the desired information. The interesting point to note is that a soul can see all records up to the dimension from where it has originated. For example, if a soul has come from the universe, then it can view all information of all dimensions up to the universe, which is its own place of origin. A soul, however, cannot access the Akashic records beyond its own dimension from where it has originated. We can understand the above principle through the example of the great sage in Hindu scriptures, Narad Muni, who was extremely skilled in all branches of knowledge. Narad Muni was renowned as omniscient, a Vidwan, having knowledge of past, present, future, of all layers of creation in this solar system, an exponent in diverse and complex fields of knowledge such as the history of creation, and he had knowledge of all events that had occurred in the past. He had expertise in Vedas, languages, Vedanta, geography, physics, astrology, and other shastras. Bapuji has said that Narad Ji is a resident of Brahmapuri, yet he had enough soul power to see through divine vision all the events of upper 7 dimensions as well as the 7 lower dimensions, which are Patala, the layers of heavier, negative creations that are below the earth. He has the ability to read the Akashic records and the future of any soul or any dimension of this solar system. Narad Ji and also many other sages and saints with advanced spiritual power could access relevant knowledge and information from the cells in the environment that have stored information. This is the process by which the future events or accurate predictions could be made by exalted saints and sages, and also by various religious messengers of God. They had predicted the future many years ahead in time and had periodically warned their followers about dire events and catastrophes that would occur on the earth. Chapter 6: Different Bodies in Different Brahmans. In each Brahmand, or solar system, of this multiverse, there are as many as 8.4 million diverse species. These diverse species have different types of bodies. Now, the question arises, which is the best possible body out of all of these various types of species, and in which solar system can it be found? This question may not be answered by science as of today. Yet, with the help of the Behad Gyan, one can understand that Jeev, the animal instinct, the Atma, which is the soul, and the Jivatma, a living being full of desires, are intricately connected to time and space. As time changes, the body also changes. We have already discussed in the previous chapters the effect of space on a soul who travels in different dimensions of creation. As the soul moves to the higher dimensions, its astral body also changes accordingly. Even on the earth plane, the human soul goes through different phases along with time. For example, the childhood, youth, old age, and finally, death of the physical body. Thereafter, once again, the soul takes rebirth to work out its karmas. These are all just the rules that are related to this physical body in this solar system, which is a common thing. However, once the soul starts its journey into a higher dimension, this solar system is not only hard but impossible to describe the reality of that place in accurate terms. It's because right now the average human soul living on the earth plane is not able to know or understand all this, as they don't have the right spiritual knowledge and the soul power. Sometime in the future, when modern science evolves into spiritual science, then human beings will be convinced with sufficient proof about the reality of the higher planes of existence. As of today, science has barely been able to understand a mere fraction of these facts. Only the spiritually evolved soul does. Even though there is an infinite number of solar systems, galaxies, universes, and multiverses in the existence as part of God's infinite creation, it is almost impossible for humankind to have all knowledge of all these realities with its limited perceptions. From a spiritual viewpoint, the knowledge that mankind possesses owing to science is only a drop in the vast ocean of infinite knowledge of boundless creation. There is no end to the infinite creation of the Almighty Authority. The ideas of parallel universes, higher spiritual planes of existence, different bodies in different dimensions, infinite creation, supreme elements, etc., are beyond the intellect of human beings, and the reason is very simple. It's due to the effect of Maya, or illusion, on the human soul, which clouds the mind, body, and intellect, which in turn creates habitual patterns of thinking and behavior which is oriented toward the material world only. One must know that the supreme light and supreme elements exist in higher dimensions, and they are beyond the illusory effects of the elements, which is illusion. So, in order to know about these divine truths, a soul needs to conquer over Maya, or illusion, and be free from attachments of this illusionary world. In the teachings of Supreme Infinite Knowledge, also known as Behad Gyan, Bapuji has said that when the soul power changes in a soul, the body, whether subtle or physical, also changes, and the speed of travel of the soul also changes. Therefore, we need to understand what is the speed of light and what is the supreme speed of a soul. Param Gati, or supreme speed of soul, is the internal power of the soul, or the speed of the soul, which the soul gets from Param Atma, which is the supreme soul, through meditation. When a soul has finished off all its karmic bonds and in the last moment remains in remembrance of its creator, then the soul attains Param Gati, or supreme speed, so that the soul can go to its original abode. This is what Param Gati, or supreme speed of the soul is. This is attained by the soul to go to the infinite supreme abode of the infinite world on the basis of its final thoughts. However, it's very important to note here that in order to attain such divine power or supreme speed, we need to have a dedicated and disciplined practice of meditation throughout our life. As the soul ascends upwards, it passes through various dimensions of creation. For example, the solar system, galaxy, universe, etc. during the journey. The body of the soul changes in accordance with the dimensions of creation that it passes through. In the YouTube video, Journey of Soul, Bapuji has explained in depth this concept of different dimensions and different bodies. The body of the soul changes as it ascends to higher dimensions or descends to lower dimensions. The effect of Maya, or illusion, decreases considerably when a soul ascends into higher spiritual planes, and there is an increase in divine light in the subtle body of the soul. This is known as ascension of the soul. Whereas when the soul descends to lower dimensions, there will be less divine light in the body, and the body is denser and heavier. This is known as the downfall of the soul. Different dimensions of creation have different level of power of divine light, which we call kala, or degree of celestial power. This is the power of the atmosphere of that creation in that dimension. When the soul reaches different dimensions, then the body of the soul also changes accordingly to the degree of celestial power of that dimension. The soul possesses different types of the light body depending upon the power of the dimension it has reached. Also, the knowledge of that dimension where the soul has arrived is coded in that new light body. If these truths of different dimensions and different bodies are understood well by humankind, then the soul's journey into the higher worlds will be easier. What is a soul? What does it look like? Where does a soul reside? The existence of a soul is accepted by all religions as divine truth. In some cultures, the soul is called spirit or ruh, while in other cultures it is known as soul. Science more or less defines the Atma or soul as consciousness or energy. A spiritual seeker is always aware that he is a soul, and this body is merely a vehicle of his soul to carry out his actions. A Behad soul is made of Param Prakash, or supreme divine light. The divine light rays of the soul that surrounds the core of the light and spreads out in all directions is called might. By might, we must know it is Prakruti, or nature, the energy of the soul. The might always resides surrounding the soul and forms a protective sheath around the light or soul. The might or power of the soul always protects the soul from any dangers or stops any negativity to enter into the core light of the soul. The Atma, or soul, is situated in the center of the mind between the eyebrows, where we apply tilak, which is done in the Sanatan Dharma. The tilak is applied at the center of the forehead between the eyebrows. This is where the soul resides. It is situated between the eyebrows on the center of the forehead. The true nature of the soul is pure, divine, and in the form of light. The soul glows with pure white light, just like the stars that glow in the darkness of the night. In our scriptures, the size of a soul is described as smaller than the 1 trillionth part of the tip of a hair strand. The soul cannot be seen with the physical human eyes. It is only when we are in the state of soul consciousness that we can perceive and experience our soul. The soul contains our mind. Inside the mind is the intellect, and inside the intellect lies our character. These characteristics, or sanskar, are our mental impressions, recollections, and psychological imprints. These impressions, or sanskar, are the seeds of our karma, which manifest over the course of time. The soul carries out its actions of the body through the mind. In reality, the soul remains untouched by the actions of the mind or body. At present, we are in the second parad of Lord Brahma. One parad is equal to 50 years of Brahma. The first parad of Brahma has been completed, and the souls have been fully trapped in the cycle of birth and death for the past 1,980 million years. The human soul has now accumulated innumerable layers of karmic impressions upon itself pertaining to its previous births because of the enormous amount of time spent on earth. At the time of death, the subtle and the causal body go along with the soul. The soul is the owner of all these bodies, yet due to ignorance, most of the human beings are completely unaware of these invisible bodies, as they rely only on their physical senses and consider the physical body as the only reality. This incorrect thinking leads to sheer waste of time and energy in the attachment to one's physical body. Mostly people on earth spend their whole life just to give pleasure to the physical body and to maintain the physical body. When we practice being in a state of soul consciousness, only then we can realize all these subtle truths. Let's know about the secrets of the various bodies that a soul possesses beyond the visible physical body. The physical body. This body is composed of the 5 physical elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. When the soul is in the physical body, it lacks enough soul power due to the presence of earth element and water element. The body becomes heavy due to these 2 elements. Due to awareness of the physical body only, the mind and intellect of the human soul gets deeply trapped in the physical objects of the world. Thus, the human souls get indulged in the enjoyment of this material world, which conceals the knowledge of the soul under the effect of illusion of the 5 elemental world of creation. The subtle body. When the soul experiences death of the physical body, the 5 elements are subjected to disintegration. The 5 elemental physical body changes into the 3 elemental subtle body. Upon death, the earth element gets mixed with earth or soil. The water element gets burnt in fire and vaporizes, thereby remaining air, fire, and ether elements. The body made up of remaining elements, air, fire, and ether, is the subtle body. The subtle body cannot be seen with physical eyes. The power in the subtle body increases after death because the 2 elements of the earth element and water element are not present in it anymore. The lesser the karmic burdens, the greater will be the lightness in the soul. When the soul does regular meditation or penance, the soul gets power and momentum to go to higher dimensions. The higher the soul goes, the more happiness and peace it finds. Inside the subtle body, all the emotions and impressions of karmic accounts of the soul are present. The soul can travel in the subtle world by means of a subtle body. After the death of the physical body on the earth, the subtle body of the soul still retains the mind, intellect, and impressions. It is only through divine vision that the subtle body can be seen. Similarly, the higher dimensions are made of finer subtle elements, and thus these higher dimensions also cannot be seen with physical eyes. It requires divine vision. In the ancient times, our sages and saints used to possess great divine power. They could travel with their subtle bodies to whatever dimension as per their thought power, while the physical body remained on earth. Causal body. One may have wondered how the mind is created. As soon as the soul is created, the mind also is formed. The mind gradually starts to generate thoughts. Due to registration of multiple thoughts in the mind during its journey, the intellect is created. When the soul performs karmas with the intellect, then the impressions are created. The development of sanskar, or impressions or characteristics, then create the karan sharir, or the causal body. Furthermore, the subtle body gets developed from the causal body. Finally, the physical body is created from the subtle body. It is important to note that each body is the cause of the creation of the other body. The body that is formed due to the aspects of our mind, desires, thoughts, and actions is the causal body. The karmic bondages, sinful actions, lustful desires, repeated negative thinking, etc., rob off the power of our causal body. All the recordings of karmic accounts of the souls are stored in the causal body. These imprints of karma, as well as the negativity that is stored in the causal body, can be destroyed by charging the causal body with supreme power or supreme divine light. By charging the causal body, the content of ether element increases in the body, and the soul is empowered to go to Vishnupuri, or the causal world of this solar system. Diseases first manifest in the causal body, and then it transmits to the subtle body, and lastly it appears in the physical body. The causal body primarily is made of ether element. It is present from the throat area till the navel, and it appears in a form similar to a thin, luminous silver chain surrounded by soft glowing light on all its sides. Angels, also known as Farishtas, possess a bright causal body. In Vishnupuri, the abode of Lord Vishnu, all the divine souls have a greatly luminous causal body. The causal body is composed of only the ether element, which is much more subtle than the air element and fire element. The air element and fire element contain the ether element inside them. This is why the subtle body is located above the causal body, enclosing the causal body within it. When the soul has very few desires and is in a thoughtless state, then the air element calms down and becomes peaceful. Therefore, the soul is able to experience the causal body. However, one needs to practice meditation regularly to increase the ether element in oneself, as well as to experience the causal body. The more we are filled with agitation, anxiety, and desires, the more the increase in the air element in the subtle body. The increase in the air element leads to heaviness and agitation of the subtle body, which in turn leads to ignorance or tamapradhan state of the soul, and eventually to the development of a black aura. Therefore, constant involvement in worldly matters creates immense pressure on the soul's divine light nature, resulting in a tamopradhan state of soul, and a black aura is generated as a consequence. The supercausal body, or Mahakaran Sharir. The Mahakaran Sharir, or supracausal body, is made up of three supreme elements: supreme ether element, supreme air element, and supreme fire element. The supreme elements are highly subtle and refined than the subtle elements. These supreme elements are enclosed within the subtle elements. It also means that the subtle elements are made from supreme elements. When a soul thinks too much and has multiple unfulfilled desires, then the supreme elements gradually get converted to the normal subtle elements like air, fire, and ether. The thoughts or affirmations of a soul manifest into reality through elements. So, affirmations work through the elements. The more the thoughts, the greater will be the decline of energy in the soul. This is why the energy and power of the supreme elements are far greater than the average subtle elements. The supracausal body lies within the causal body. Only the souls who possess a supracausal body will be able to travel to the supracausal worlds through dedicated practice of meditation. When there is an increase in the levels of ether element, then the soul experiences peace. When there is an increase in the levels of supreme elements or Param Tattva, then the soul experiences supreme peace, known as Param Shanti. By constant pursuit of meditation and purification of negativities from various bodies, when there is a total absence of all desires, feelings, emotions, for all sense objects, or physical objects, or material objects, the soul travels to the supracausal world, situated in Shivpuri. The souls in Shivpuri all possess the supracausal body. An important point to note here is that the supracausal body is made of supreme elements, while the supreme supracausal body, which is known as Param Mahakaran Sharir, is made of Param Prakash or Supreme Divine Light. Spiritually elevated souls, or the Behad souls, have the supreme supracausal body as part of their soul body. The Param Mahakaran Sharir, or the supreme supracausal body, is composed of high-quality supreme light and is the initial stage after the formless stage, or the seed stage. That means beyond this supreme supracausal sheath, no other layer remains. Only the pure soul is in its incorporeal state. It is to be noted that the supreme supracausal body also contains the mind. However, in the incorporeal state of the soul, there is complete absence of the mind. The supreme supracausal body is the most subtle, most refined, and lightest in nature. This sheath has the highest amount of energy in it. The sheath of the supracausal body is on the supreme supracausal body. The higher a soul travels, the more subtle and more energetic its body becomes. In a state of pure soul consciousness, there will not be any trace of the mind, not even the existence of any type of supreme subtle body as well. Such a state of pure soul consciousness is known as the incorporeal seed state of the soul, or Nirgun Nirakar Bij Roop Sthiti. Journey of the soul. Every soul has its own creator. Some souls are made of only ether element, so their innermost sheath is the causal body. Such souls are created in the causal world of the solar system by their creators. If we classify the quality of souls as per their energy level, then the soul with only a causal body may be considered as the lower quality soul. These souls can travel only up to certain limited dimensions of creation in space with their powers of affirmations or their thoughts. They can travel to any of the lower dimensions of creation below the causal world, but not to any dimension of creation beyond the causal world. If souls have committed sinful actions, then they keep wandering with a heavier body in the lower dimensions of creations, and they keep taking births within the 8.4 million species of life forms on Earth. There are different types of souls depending on the basic elements from which they are constituted. Some souls are made up of Param Tattva, some are made up of Mahatattva, some are made up of Param Prakash. In the higher dimensions, the souls are made up of very high quality Param Prakash, which is Supreme Divine Light. The souls made up of Supreme Light are known as Param Atma, or Supreme Souls. There are also different categories of supreme souls based on the degree of celestial power or kala of the supreme light, from which the supreme souls are made of. The degree of celestial power starts from the value of 1 and goes up till 100, and also from the 100 degrees of celestial power, it goes to 2101 degrees. Beyond the 2101 degree, the creation is infinitely powerful, which we call as the infinite limitless creation or Behad ki Kala ka Vishwa. And the souls created there are known as the Behad souls, as they have infinite power in their soul. The more degrees of celestial power indicate greater soul power and higher quality. All souls travel to different dimensions with the power of their affirmations. Souls tend to return back to their creator once they get knowledge of their creator. This is called the return journey of the soul. The souls assume different bodies according to the constituent elements of the atmosphere of a various dimension of creation through which they travel during their return journey. This process is described beautifully in the scriptures as the body of the soul is the same as the constitutions of dimensions of creations, or Yatha Brahmande Tatha Pinde. The soul has 3 stages depending on the constituent elements of the body. 1. Nirakari, which means the incorporeal form. This stage is the seed state of the soul. It is pure and is in the divine light form. This pure soul is without any form or body. 2. Akari. This stage of the soul is in a subtle form. Here, the soul is made of subtle elements or supreme subtle elements. The soul may have different bodies like the subtle body, causal body, supercausal body, or supreme supercausal body, depending on the power of the soul. 3. Sakari. This is the physical form with a physical body. The body is made up of 5 physical elements. It is the lowest stage of the soul. During its journey, the soul adopts different bodies depending on the atmosphere of creation that it passes through. As the body of the soul changes during its journey, the character or nature of the soul also changes along with the body, and it assumes different dimensions as per that creation. This character or nature, according to the body, is influenced by the nature of creation where the soul resides. On this basis, the soul has 3 stages reflecting 3 attributes of nature, which is sattva or pure, rajas, which is passion, and tamas, which is ignorance. So the Nirakari soul is the incorporeal stage. It is nirgun. It is without any qualities. The body of the soul is a supreme light body. This is the seed state of the soul. The dimension of the solar system where souls like this reside in this form is the Paramdham, or the supreme abode of the solar system. The second stage of the soul is Akari, the subtle body. This stage does have a form. It has 2 qualities, Sattvic, which is compassion and love, and Rajasic, which is passion. The subtle body is a body made up of supreme elements. There is also a body made up of a combination of elements and supreme elements. Souls that live with the subtle body can be found in Vishnupuri and Brahmapuri both. The third stage is Sakari, or the physical form. The quality of a soul with a physical body is full of tamasic, or ignorance, and has negative qualities. The physical body has physical elements, and the major components are earth and water elements. Souls with physical bodies can be found on earth in the mortal world. The Rajasic qualities are minimum at Vishnupuri, but it increases gradually as we move down the line into the lower dimensions of creations. But on earth, the souls become completely tamasic with all negative qualities, and they are in complete ignorance. Sattva Pradhan soul. When the soul takes on a body of Param Tattva or supreme elements, it is said to be in the state of purity, known as Sattva Guna. In this stage, the soul is very powerful. It can effortlessly manifest its affirmations into reality. Such pure souls possess divine qualities and have a pure white aura known as Sattva Pradhan souls. This state of the soul is known as Param Purush or the supreme angelic form. Rajo Pradhan soul. When a soul is involved in the activities of creation by using its power of affirmation or Sankalpa Shakti, which is the power to manifest, then the soul power is reduced gradually, resulting in the change of the aura of the soul. The soul then takes the body of three elements, and the power of the affirmation of the soul also diminishes substantially. Tamo Pradhan soul. When a soul takes on the physical body, then the soul becomes completely ignorant, and there is no power in their affirmations. The soul affected by ignorance, or tamoguna, now is helplessly trapped in the world of five elements, in the world of sensual enjoyments. The soul gets indulged in the enjoyment of the material world and becomes a suffering and powerless soul. The state of the soul is determined by the state of the environment around it. When the soul is in a sattva pradhan or highest state of positiveness and purity, then the atmosphere is also characterized by sattva pradhan qualities. In other words, the atmosphere is also filled with all positive vibrations of purity, goodness, peace, and harmony. However, if a soul is in Tamo Pradhan state, then the atmosphere will also be characterized by Tamo Pradhan qualities, which means the world will be in a state of dark passion, ignorance, inertness, and full of negative desires. At this moment, all five physical elements in creation are in imbalanced, agitated condition, resulting in all sorts of natural calamities, bringing sorrow and suffering to all inhabitants in this sort of creation. Today, we can witness the destructive impact of tamoguna on the earth in the form of natural calamities, unnatural deaths, widespread diseases, anarchy at all levels, etc. There is no power in any of the five elements of nature, and nature, or prakriti, is causing suffering to mankind. All souls living in this present moment are experiencing suffering and sorrow. Chapter 7. How big is our Brahmand, or solar system? The meaning of the word Brahmand is taken from astronomy. If we wish to understand the Brahmand in terms of the physical world, then in simple language we can define the Brahmand as that entire confined area in space where planets, satellites of planets, stars, etc. are located, and the basic foundation of the existence of this entire area is based on the elements with which it has been created. We may assume from our physical consciousness that the five elements are the cause of the entire creation of the Brahmand, including its planets, constellations, stars, satellites, asteroids, etc., and also any other objects in the Brahmand. In the Behad Gyan, a Brahmand is referred to as a solar system, consisting of the 14 layers of creation or dimensions, which we have already referred to in our previous chapters. The highest dimension in our Brahmand is the incorporeal world, or the supreme abode, or the Paramdham of this solar system. It is also said to be the highest dimension of our solar system. There are various layers of creations or dimensions present below the supreme abode of this solar system, such as Shivpuri, Vishnupuri, Brahmapuri, Taplok, Janlok, Mahalok, Swarglok, Bhuvarlok, Bhulok, etc. There exist 7 layers of creation, or 7 dimensions above earth, and also 7 lower levels of the nether worlds known as hell or Patal-lok. Lastly, below the 7 lower dimensions lie the 550 million hells. However, in the present age, these 550 million hells have changed into solid asteroids, asteroid belts, meteorites, and comets that keep orbiting in our solar system. Who controls and governs our solar system? When one talks about our solar system, the question arises as to who is the creator of our solar system. The whole creation is sentient and creative. We all are aware that even a small particle cannot move in this creation without application of force. Then in this solar system, how does the sun, moon, planets, and all the stars have a well-coordinated and regulated movement on their own? What is the invisible force that governs the motion of all these objects? Firstly, we need to know that there is not only this solar system or just one Brahmand, but there are infinite solar systems in the existence of the cosmos. The creator of each solar system is called Shiv, who is the owner and controller of a solar system. As there is infinite number of solar systems, there are also an equal number of Shiva also in existence, which means there are an infinite number of Shivas. Here, the most interesting point that arises is, are there planets similar to our Earth in existence? If there are an infinite number of solar systems, then it must be that there are infinite creators or controllers or Shivas. Do they all have Earth-like planets? Do all solar systems have the 5 elemental mortal world, multiple planetary systems, natural satellites like the moon, various dimension of creation like Vishnupuri, Shivapuri, Paramdham, etc.? The answer is yes, there are. How was the Brahmand or solar system created? When a single thought arises by the incorporeal Mahashiv, who is the creator of a galaxy, to become infinite from singularity, then this one subtle affirmation of Mahashiv results in the creation of trillions of incorporeal Shivas. Each of these trillions of newly created Shiva in their incorporeal state created their own solar systems, resulting in the formation of trillions of solar systems. The creator of each Shiva is a Mahashiva. The power of every solar system varies according to its creator. Some Shivas use less soul power for creating their solar systems by limiting their size to a smaller unit compared to other Shivas. Thereby, there is less decay in soul power of the creators due to less utilization of power in the process of creation. The size of the solar systems is specified by their diameter and measured in terms of light years. Some solar systems are of 1 light year in size, some are of 1.25 light years, some are 1.5 light years, some extend up to 2, some to 3, and some up to even 4 light years. The solar systems are usually in the shape of a globe or sphere of light. Our solar system was created initially as 1 light year in size, but now it has extended up to 1.6 light years. That means the diameter of this solar system is 15.1376 trillion kilometers. Whether it is Shiv, Mahashiv, or Param Mahashiv, whoever performs creation, the soul power is consumed and hence power of the creator gets decayed. When there is an infinite number of Shivas, then there must be equal number of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankars. Every solar system has a Brahma, who is the creator of all living beings of the solar system. Vishnu, who is the maintainer of the solar system, and Shankar, who is the annihilator of the creation. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar together are known as the Trinity or Tridev, the 3 prime deities in the governance of this solar system. Whenever there is a decline of power in Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar, it leads to the downfall of the solar system and in the functioning of the Trinity as a deity, and they come down to earth as human souls. Sometimes it may happen that a new Brahma may be assigned in place of the original soul of the Brahma, whose soul power has fallen due to a very low level. So the soul switches with another soul. Similarly, when the soul power of Shiv has diminished significantly, too much to continue the creation in the solar system, then another Shiva is assigned to that solar system by Mahashiv to govern functions of the solar system. Mahashiv is the creator of Shiv, so Mahashiv has full power over Shiv in governing its creation inside a galaxy, whereas Shiv is only the owner of a solar system. From this, one can understand clearly the hierarchy in a galaxy. When Nirakari Shiv or incorporeal Shiv made the affirmation to manifest creation, then at that instant, supreme divine light spread in all directions, creating a confined boundary of supreme light inside where creation was initiated by first creating Akari Shiv, which is Shiva in the subtle form, who is also known as the supreme male or Parampurush of this solar system. He is made by incorporeal Shiv. Nirakari Shiv or incorporeal Shiv resides in his supreme abode called the Param Dham or the incorporeal world of divine light. The supreme abode is the highest dimension of this solar system. Akari form is a subtle shape which is filled with only energy, and its constituent elements are supreme elements. This is the most powerful form of incorporeal Shiv in this solar system. That's why it is called the supreme male or Parampurush. The Akari Shiv, or the subtle form of Shiv, creates his consort, or Prakruti, also known as Shakti. He creates her from within himself by using the power of his own soul. The Akari form of Shiv and Shakti, Shakti is the feminine form, they reside in Shiv Puri. The Akari Shiv and Shakti combine together as Ardhanareshwar, which is half male and half female, form to create Vishnu. Lord Vishnu resides in his abode called Vaikunta or Vishnupuri, which is created by him. Lord Vishnu creates his consort, the feminine form, which is Prakruti. She is known as Goddess Lakshmi. He also creates her from within his own soul power. Lord Brahma is created from the navel of Lord Vishnu, and he resides in his own abode known as Brahmapuri. Lord Brahma and his consort, Goddess Saraswati, make the combined affirmation together to create the Saptarishi, or the 7 great sages, also known as the mind-born sons of Brahmaji. The great 7 sages, also known as Saptarishi, through their power of affirmation, they create the Farishtas, which are the divine angels, who are very powerful and highly exalted in nature as compared to the demigods or deities of the heavenly dimension. The heavenly dimension is also known as Swarglok. This is the 3rd dimension of the solar system. The body of the Farishtas, or the angels, was made of supreme elements, and their soul was made of supreme light. Initially, there were only Farishtas, or angels, in this solar system. Many of these Parampurush, or angels, despite having the power of creation, they chose to stay in the world of the higher dimensions where they were created, that is. This world is the world of supreme elements, while the others came down to the lower divine realms for creation. From the world of the angels, the world of heavenly gods, which are deities, were created. The Farishtas, or angels, expanded creation with their power of affirmation. They created the 7 dimensions, or 7 layers of creation, and they created an infinite number of souls inhabiting in those 7 layers of creation. So the Farishtas, or the angels, were the ones to create the deities that live in the heavenly dimension of Swarglok. The continued creation of different worlds and the infinite number of souls gradually reduced the power in the angels, or Farishtas, as a consequence. The world of 3 subtle elements, made of Akash Tattva, Vayu Tattva, and Agni Tattva, meaning ether element, air element, and fire element, started to form and resulted in the creation of the subtle realm. This is the stage when 3 elemental deities were created from the angels. Then again, the 3 elemental deities also performed creation with their own power of affirmation. This way, the creation kept expanding, and the population of souls kept increasing. Therefore, due to constant creation, the power of deities also started to decline. The soul power of deities gradually diminished to a very low level. Due to a high number of souls and weak soul power, the deities fell down to live in lower subtle dimensions. They descended from Swarglok, or heaven, to Bhuvarlok, the first subtle dimension above the earth. They further downgraded and became humans. Brahmaji at this point had to intervene and created planet Earth for the human souls to reside. The earth was created by Lord Brahma approximately after the passage of his first 10 years in the first Parad. The first Parad is the first 50 years of Brahma. In other words, our earth was created approximately 124.417 trillion years ago. At first, the body of even these fallen gods or the new human souls was light in weight and was luminous due to the soul's own light. As the good qualities and nature of the human souls started to decline gradually, the light of the souls started to diminish, and a time came when there was total darkness in this realm. To solve the problem of darkness engulfing the earth, the sun god was created to provide light to this dimension of creation, which was earth. Initially, the diameter of the sun was less as compared to that of today. The main function of the sun was to give out light on the earth and for the humans present. In the higher spiritual dimensions, there was no need for any outside source of light because the souls themselves had their own light which would illuminate into their dimension. Thus, there was enough radiance and brilliance. It is incredible to know that in the early times of the creation of the earth, when the sun was initially created, the sun used to revolve around the earth. Later on, because of the gravity power of the sun, the planets came into existence. The newly transformed human souls used their power of affirmation to manifest various things and objects into existence, and therefore their soul power declined fairly. As a result, the 5 elements in the environment which were of lower quality became heavier and denser. Just like that, there are 7 higher dimensions above the earth plane. There are also 7 lower dimensions below the earth plane, which are Atal, Vital, Sutal, Talatal, Mahatal, Rasatal, and Patal Lok. As the quality of souls started to decline rapidly due to an increase in worldly desires, enjoyments, and the body of souls became heavier and heavier in nature, and therefore the 7 hells, or lower dimensions below the earth plane, were created to accommodate such fallen souls. When the nature of the soul went on to deteriorate even further, they fell down to the 550 million hells that were created in order to accommodate such sinful, powerless souls. In today's time, these 550 million hells of the lowest dimension do not exist below the earth, but they are moving around in space in the form of giant-sized asteroids. Every universe has got an infinite number of galaxies, and every galaxy has innumerable solar systems, and each solar system contains the formless world of supreme divine light, which is the Nirakari Dunya, also known as the incorporeal world. Every solar system also has the subtle world of various forms of supreme elements or subtle elements, known as the Akari Dunya, and every solar system also has the mortal world, also known as the physical world of 5 elements, also known as Sakari Dunya. As mentioned already, every solar system is created by its creator Shiva. Therefore, the time of dissolution of every Brahmand or solar system is also different. When the creator of the Brahmand, Shiva, loses his power to control his own creation, then he brings upon the event of Mahakalpa Pralay, which is the time of the great dissolution and destruction of the entire solar system through the power of Kal Agni, which is the fire that consumes the time, or the great fire of dissolution. After the complete dissolution of the entire solar system by its creator Lord Shiva, he takes power from Mahashiv, who is the owner of the solar system. Shiva takes power, or Param light, or supreme divine light, from Mahashiv to regain its original powerful state and to again create his own creation. However, when Shiva loses his power to a very great extent, then Mahashiv assigns a new powerful Shiva to control the creation and govern the solar system in a perfect manner. This is all about one solar system, yet there are infinite solar systems in existence. The same has been mentioned in our scriptures, that there are infinite solar systems which are created and destroyed in every moment of Mahashiv's time. This is a powerful statement which a soul must strive to understand, to have a vision of the reality of higher dimensions of creation. Chapter 8. different dimensions of souls, and the journey between the stars. In ancient times, the deities used to come to the earth from the heavenly realm in the disguise of human beings. They used to form their three elemental subtle body into a human body of 5 elements till their purpose of visit on earth was completed. Those deities did not use to take birth like a human being does on the earth. In our scriptures, such instances of temporary transformations are mentioned widely. There are recorded stories in our ancient scriptures about Apsaras, who are dancers of the heavenly realm. They used to come from such heavenly realms to enjoy the pleasant waters of the earth and frolic at the lakes. With just a single thought, the Apsaras would land on earth from heaven. After their bath at the earth's most beautiful lakes, these heavenly damsels would go back in an instant to Swarglok, which was the dimension of heaven. We all are aware of the stories of Narad Muni, who would roam in the entire solar system. He could travel from one dimension to the other in an instant. Narad Muni would transform himself from visible to invisible within a moment. He could go to Vishnupuri, Brahmapuri, the earth plane, Patal Lok, etc. However, even a great soul like Narad Muni could not travel to Paramdham, which is the supreme abode, because in order to go to the supreme abode, the soul needs to be in pure soul consciousness or in an incorporeal state. There are many instances in the ancient times where God had to take the form of a human being in order to destroy the evils present on the earth. For example, there is a famous instance of King Bali, who was very egoistic, and his lust for power was so tremendous that he decided to become the king of the 3 worlds. So, in order to destroy King Bali's ego and power, as well as to teach him a lesson in humility, Lord Vishnu took the form as a dwarf Brahmin boy and brought down King Bali to Patal Lok. There are also other instances of gods taking the form of human beings for some particular mission on earth. The deities, or the demigods, used to travel in their divine chariots or vehicles from one dimension to the other. In those times, the deities used to have vehicles made of Param Tattva, or supreme elements. For instance, God Vishnu had his Garud Viman, or his eagle-shaped flying vehicle, which is similar to today's UFOs, for his journeys into various dimensions. Likewise, Lord Brahma used to travel in his swan-shaped vehicle from Brahmapuri to the earth and also to other realms. We also have a popular example of the demon king Ravana, who was known as Trilokinath, or master of the 3 worlds. He possessed the powerful and swiftest vehicle called the Pushpak Viman, a subtle vehicle made of Vayu Tattva, or air element, for traveling into the 3 worlds of Swarglok, Bhulok, and Patala. Ravan had such power that in the Pushpak Viman he could change his travelers into the air element. With the power of affirmation, he could also increase or decrease the size of the vehicle as per the number of passengers traveling in the Pushpak Viman. With just a single affirmation or sankalp of the owner of the Pushpak vehicle, the energy would generate, and that energy would manifest the vehicle in the atmosphere. Sankalp is the vibrational energy that controls the atoms and molecules of the atmosphere according to the thought and gives the shape accordingly. The power of the sankalp depends upon the power of the soul. The more power in the soul, the more power will be in the affirmations, and the greater power of the affirmation, the more strongly it will manifest the ideas of that soul into reality. With the power of affirmation, the passengers in the Pushpak Viman would transform from visible to invisible forms, and as soon as the destination was reached, again, by the force of a single powerful affirmation of its owner, the Pushpak Vimana would vanish in the atmosphere. All these stories are realities that had occurred in the past and are supreme truths. In ancient times, the deities and humans had enough soul power in themselves to create their desired manifestations. In the era of the Mahabharata, the gods and goddesses would travel to any place on earth. These demigods could also be called upon by the power of mantras. Through the power of vibrations of the mantras, the gods would be compelled to be present at the specific place on earth instantly. The chief deities who controlled the earth were as follows. Lord Indra, he was the king of the gods or the king of the deities in heaven. Varuna Dev, he was the god of oceans, associated initially with the sky realm and later with the seas, as well as justice and truth. The twins Ashwini Kumara, these were the gods associated with medicine, health, dawn, and sciences. The 12 Adityas. Adityas are benevolent deities who act as protectors of all beings, who are provident and guard the world of spirits and protect the world. The 12 Adityas are believed to represent the 12 months in the calendar and the 12 aspects of the sun. 11 Rudras. The form of Rudra Shiva were meant for destructing evil entities. Lord Mitra. This was the god who represents friendship, integrity, and harmony. God Vishnu, the supreme being who is the preserver of the solar system. God Shankara and goddess Parvati. Shankara is the god of destruction, and Mata Parvati is the consort of Lord Shankar. Devi Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, music, art, speech, wisdom, and learning. Devi Lakshmi, she is the goddess of wealth, fortune, power, beauty, and prosperity. Devi Usha, she is the goddess of dawn. Savitur, the sun god. Yamdev, he is the god of death and justice. Goddess Devi Ganga can also be considered as one of the chief goddesses. She was once cursed by Lord Indra, the king of heaven, to go to the mortal world on earth. Many instances have been recorded in our scriptures where it has been seen that in order to destroy the ego and sinful actions of the gods and goddesses, they would be sent to the mortal world on earth. The sufferings and pain endured by them on the earth would destroy all their sinful actions and negative karmas, and they would be purified enough to go back to Swarglok or heaven. The Devis and Devtas, which are the demigods and goddesses, used to travel to the earth in an orb made of supreme light so that they would not be affected by the physical elements prevailing in the earth's atmosphere. These divine orbs, made of Param light, which is supreme light, would work as an anti-gravity layer and a protective layer against any harm to the gods and goddesses. Some mysteries revealed. Bapuji has revealed clearly to mankind through his divine vision the mysteries of the higher dimensions, the solar system, the galaxy, the infinite number of universes, etc. Bapuji has said that his mother would often visit the divine realms in a divine chariot. The goddess Jogini Ma would take Bapuji's mother on her divine chariot for the journeys into the higher dimensions in the subtle form. They would travel for 3 days, and in the meantime, her physical body would be kept safely and well guarded by the family. After 3 days, Bapuji's mother would come back into her physical body. According to Bapuji, the goddess Mandakini had originally come on our earth from the Andromeda galaxy, and after the mission was over, she went back to her galaxy. Note: the Bhagavad Gita mentions Mandakini as one of the most sacred rivers of the Hindus. According to the scriptures, Mandakini was brought down from heaven to earth by Sati Anusuya, a character of Hindu mythology who sat on a rigorous meditation to save Chitrakoot from famine. Similarly, Dhruva, the famous young devotee, came from higher dimension above earth, now called the Dhruv Tara or the pole star. He had taken birth on earth and was an ardent devotee of Lord Vishnu. He was granted the benediction of eternal firmness and resoluteness in his bhakti or devotion. Later, when his time on earth ended, he went back to his own star, Dhruv star. And, due to the boon received by Dhruv, he is still known as the firmest star above the earth plane. All the stars, constellations, planets, and even the sun god revolve around him, as the pole star is situated at the center of the subtle world. It is always seen at a single fixed point from the earth. It has been mentioned in the Hindu scriptures named Skanda Purana that the inhabitants of Dhruv Tara, or the pole star, are self-resplendent due to their own inner light. The pole star that we see today is the highest spiritual power solar system. Bapuji, through his divine vision, has stated that the solar system of Dhruv Tara is many times bigger in size than our solar system. In the pole star solar system, the power of the supreme light is 7 to 8 kala or celestial degrees. When compared to other solar systems, the pole star is the most exalted and powerful solar system. Furthermore, the Saptarishi who had taken birth on the earth were divine souls of great merit, and they went back to their own solar system, or stars, as soon as their time period on the earth ended and their mission on earth was accomplished. In the higher dimensions, the souls keep traveling from one solar system to the other. Since there is no physical work involved, the souls use their energy to travel from one dimension to the other. The traveling souls do not go below the atmospheric level of 200 kilometers above the Earth's surface. In fact, the souls do not even travel below the dimension of Swarglok or heaven, because they are well aware that if they visit the earth, they will be trapped in the atmosphere of the earth consisting of the 5 physical elements, and they will not be able to go back from where they came from. Souls with a soul power of 16 to 20 celestial degrees can cross or travel from one universe to the other universe in 1 second. The power or kala of a soul determines the speed and time taken to travel, as well as the distance that can be covered by the soul. If a soul travels in an incorporeal form, which is a formless stage or point of light, then the time taken to travel from one location to another in the cosmos is very less, as well as the power used by the soul is minimum. Many souls take the incorporeal form and group together in an orb to travel. They travel together in such a condensed light point form in the galaxy or in the universe. When a soul travels in its subtle body, the amount of soul power consumed for the travel is much more. Additionally, the speed and time taken gets affected and it becomes slower to travel. A soul with 1 degree of celestial power can travel to another solar system in less than 1 trillionth part of a second. Bapuji has revealed that at the end of the time, which will be the judgment day, a soul can be given more power than its capacity by infusing supreme divine light, so that the newly charged soul can go to the farther higher dimensions compared to its original soul power. A soul that has 100 degrees of celestial power, if decides to go to a dimension of 200 degrees of celestial power, then a single affirmation of the soul will transport the soul instantly to that dimension that has the equivalent degrees of celestial power as the soul. Souls can travel to dimensions that have 3 times or higher power. Bapuji has said that the subtle world, the causal world, and the incorporeal world of our solar systems are fully occupied with souls who have come from far away. In our solar system, there are many souls who have come here who are in their incorporeal form. They have come here from faraway places in the cosmos just to see the Almighty Authority and to observe the process of transformation that will be taking place soon. The souls who have come into the subtle world or the higher dimensions that are above the earth are very powerful, and they can achieve whatever they wish to accomplish. There are many instances that link our Earth to the higher constellations or groups of stars and beyond. Even as of today, those star groups have life in them. There are numerous souls who inhabit there, and many souls travel to Earth from there. Their secrets are very difficult to comprehend for an average human being because they are not visible to the naked eyes of the physical body. In West Africa, in the country of Mali, there are the Dogon tribe people who claim to have knowledge of the Sirius A and the Sirius B stars, and they also claim to know of the definite orbit cycles of these stars. They claim that this knowledge had been known to them because of their ancestors from the past hundreds of years. The Dogon tribe knows that the Sirius A is a very big bright star and Sirius B is much dimmer and made up of dense material. How did this indigenous tribe come to know about such detailed astronomical facts? Whereas modern science has come to know about all these facts only in recent years. The Dogon people have their own calendar based on the movement of the Sirius stars. Their new year is celebrated on the distinct and exact position of the Sirius star. The Dogon claim that their knowledge of astronomy involves contact with extraterrestrial life dating back to around 3200 BC. One of the theories to explain Dogon's advanced knowledge of astronomy is that alien life visited the Dogon people long ago and taught them about astronomy. This is backed up by stories that the Dogon passed down from generation to generation involving extraterrestrial life that visited them, which they referred to as the Nomos. They claim to have contact with extraterrestrials even in today's age. Chapter 9: Extraterrestrial Worlds and Civilizations in Them. Do extraterrestrial worlds exist? Is there an existence of intelligent life outside our Earth? Is humankind alone in this universe? Such questions have spurred scientists to search for answers, and they are still digging deep. As of today, according to space scientists and researchers, it is very difficult to answer the question of intelligent civilizations present in the universe and reach a firm conclusion. Scientists believe that as per the various established theories, laws of physics, chemistry, and biological sciences, the hypotheses of extraterrestrial life can only be vaguely assumed. If there is indeed life beyond Earth, why haven't scientific investigations proved it yet? Also, if any conducted research has been completed, then why are the facts not presented in front of the world? The American Defense Ministry has released 3 UFO evidence-based videos on an official basis. These videos were recorded in November 2004 and January 2015 by a pilot working in the Navy. He has said that this was a classic case of UAP, or unidentified aerial phenomenon. Recently, in 2020 to 2021, former Israeli Space Security Chief Ham Eshed has stated categorically that aliens exist. In a sensational statement, he has disclosed that America and Israel are working and are in communication with aliens. He also claimed that America has created a secret galactic federation in association with aliens. Eshed has said that cooperation agreements had been signed between the American government and alien species, including an underground base in the depths of Mars planet, where there are American astronauts and alien representatives. According to him, the aliens and the American government have signed a contract permitting them to perform experiments on the Earth. Ham Eshed expressed the opinion that the President of America at the time, Donald Trump, was aware of the extraterrestrials' existence and had been on the verge of revealing information, but was asked not to do so by the aliens in order to prevent mass hysteria. Chief Eshed also mentioned that the aliens would not come in front of humanity until humans evolved to a suitable level of understanding about alien life, space, spaceships, and etc. Life in Mars. Now, let us understand more on this topic from the viewpoint of the Behad Gyan given by Bapuji. Bapuji has explained in detail about the aliens and extraterrestrial life in his videos. In order to understand extraterrestrial life in detail, let's first understand the life on planet Mars. Mangal Graha, or Mars, is the fourth planet in our solar system from the Sun. There have always been scientific debates about whether there is life on Mars, but Bapuji has clearly stated that there is life on Mars. As per the Hindu Shastras, or ancient scriptures, Mars is the son of Mother Earth. Around 8,000 years ago, there existed a civilization on Mars similar to Earth. People on Mars had a body composed of lighter elements, which means the 5 elements in their body were not dense at all. The body contained very less amount of water element and earth element. There was a very beautiful world and a civilized life similar to that of Satyug on Earth, which was the golden period on Earth, also known as the Golden Age. All souls residing on Mars had quite a good amount of soul power and strength in them. They had high technology as well as knowledge of flying high-speed vehicles. However, a long time ago, people from a different world, which were alien souls to them, invaded Mars. These alien souls also possessed high technology and high-tech vehicles. The indigenous people residing on Mars knew that the aliens could attack them with nuclear devices. Due to this reason, before the attack could happen, some of the original inhabitants of planet Mars went underground and so escaped with their lives. Just as there are religious wars on Earth, there was a religious war between good and evil on Mars 8,000 years ago. A nuclear war took place, due to which there were big earthquakes on Mars. This resulted in total destruction of the surface of the Mars planet. The nuclear blast and subsequent earthquake resulted in the formation of craters, and life on Mars stopped existing on the surface. Some souls who survived the nuclear war escaped to the other planets, and some came down to Earth for their survival. Since 5 elements are prevalent in Earth's atmosphere, the souls who came down to Earth for survival came under the effect of the 5 physical elements, and they entered into a 5 elemental body. Thus, the souls who had a lighter body now gained a heavier body of denser layers and therefore completely forgot about their origin. Bapuji has revealed that the planet Mars is now inhabited by the souls of the subtle world who have a body of 3 elements. Today as well, scientific research has found proof of water down below the surface of Mars. However, water sources cannot be found directly on the surface of the planet. A Russian young man named Boriska proves that there is life on Mars as well as the intelligent civilization that existed on Mars once upon a time. This young man, born in 1996, has claimed that he was an inhabitant of Mars in a previous life. Boriska has also talked about planets in our solar system and had given precise information which had astonished scientists. The scientists claim that it is not possible that at such a young age to know such many facts about space, Mars, and planets in detail. The case of Boriska is no less than a puzzle to the scientists. As a young child at school, Boriska had claimed that the planet Mars was directly connected to the mystery of the pyramids of Egypt, and in the coming future, the secrets of the pyramids will be revealed at the right time. Boriska had revealed that in his previous life as a resident of the planet Mars, he used to live in an area where natural disasters had taken place, due to which there was suffering all around. He claims that the residents of Mars were approximately 7 feet in height, and they were forced to live below the surface of Mars, underground, and breathe in carbon dioxide. Due to the nuclear devastation on planet Mars, the soul of Boriska escaped to Earth and took birth here. Indigo, or star child. Bapuji has talked about the mystery of Indigo Child and Star Child in lots of his videos. These souls are very intelligent and are from a different alien civilization. Their purpose to take birth on Earth is to help the furtherance of knowledge and scientific technology on Earth. The sole purpose of Indigo and Star Children to come on Earth is to maintain harmony on the Earth and for the betterment of the Earth. Boriska has also stated that all those children who had come from Mars and incarnated on Earth are also known as Indigo children. Bapuji has stated that such children are extremely intelligent and they grasp facts quickly right away from childhood. The Indigo and Star children possess extraordinary skills, thinking abilities, and they have special qualities which are different from the average human being. Some of these children have psychic abilities inherent in them. Sometimes they are also called star children. Star children are those souls who have come from other solar systems and within 60 to 90 days of arriving on the Earth, they enter into the human womb directly. Such souls are very powerful and no one can stop such powerful souls from taking birth on the Earth. The star children have a powerful aura and no amount of negativity can cause harm to these souls. In the year 1982, China launched an unusual and ambitious program to find star children within their country. It was said that China had discovered 100,000 star children who had extraordinary skills and qualities. The star child souls do not take birth directly on Earth. Those souls who have come from galaxies or universes first turn themselves into an incorporeal soul as small as a point form, which is a point of light. And in this way, many souls collectively come together and then form a power sheath, and then they travel as a group. When they come into our solar system, they first enter into the supreme abode and reside there in an incorporeal state. Later, they come down to Shivpuri, and then they transform from an incorporeal form into a form with a subtle body. They then travel from Shivpuri to Vishnupuri and then to the 7 dimensions above Earth, sequentially in their vehicles made up of supreme elements. They observe the Earth by residing in the dimensions closer to Earth. Later on, with their free will, they decide to incarnate on Earth. These are souls that do not think about things like religion, sectors, culture, etc. They are beyond these things. Even the DNA of these star seeds is different from the rest of humanity. The star children's souls take birth on our Earth with a specific purpose. These souls are born with the aim of performing good work on the Earth. For example, some souls wish to spread spirituality on Earth. Some souls prefer to increase the knowledge of science and technology. Some souls give knowledge about the higher dimensions to the world, and some souls come here to impart divine knowledge to mankind on Earth. However, the moment they are born, they come under the effect of the 5 elemental atmosphere of the Earth, and therefore they forget their true identity. The souls from the subtle world inspire the star child souls, and they get the work done through them. Extraordinary work which has occurred on the Earth is due to the inspiration of the subtle world souls who have traveled from different galaxies or universes to our Earth. They are none other than the star child souls. The Hindu religion mentions many gods and goddesses who incarnated on Earth for the good purpose and welfare of people. These souls are very powerful and they come from higher dimensions above the Earth. The incarnation and birth of these souls are generally shrouded in mystery. During the process of incarnation, those powerful souls from higher dimensions often put their cell, which is a subatomic particle, in the human body to be born on Earth, and later they get their divine mission done on Earth through that body from higher dimension with the help of the cell connection in the human body. The connection between such incarnated soul on Earth and the higher dimension powerful soul is materialized through the cell in the human body, just like messages are transferred from satellites to Earth through electromagnetic waves. In this way, two souls are connected in two different dimensions by a soul only through the subtle subatomic vibrations. This cell is nothing but a fragment of soul power of higher dimension soul. It is important to note here that the cell is directly controlled by its creator or master soul from the higher dimensions above earth. In the Hindu Shastras or ancient Indian scriptures, there are many accounts of incarnations or avatars of Shiv and Shakti, Brahma and Vishnu, who have been sent down to earth for a special purpose. These avatars are specially created and equipped with facilities to achieve the divine purpose of their incarnation. The arrival of Maharishi, sages, and saints, the Devi Devtas, all these divine souls have been happening on our earth for a very long time. Our scriptures refer to the invisible divine realms as well as the manifestation of the invisible divine soul world to the visible form on earth. However, to understand all these matters, the soul has to be of very high quality. Is there life on the Sun and other planets like Jupiter, Venus, etc.? The research done by space scientists for resolving man's eternal question of whether life exists outside the Earth and the possibility of alien life existing on other planets has always been mysterious. Science has never been able to prove with solid and concrete evidence about these facts. Bapuji has said that just like on the Earth, the Sun and the other planets like Jupiter, Mars, Venus, etc. also have life forms and civilizations existing on them. In the Yajurveda, it is written, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande, Yatha Brahmande Tatha Pinde, which means, as is the individual, so is the solar system. As is the solar system, so is the individual. Or, in other words, as is the constitution of the body of the soul, so is the constitution of the environment of the cosmos. As is the cosmos, so is the body of the soul. Which means wherever the soul is from, it will be made of the same constituents as that creation. Here, Pinde means microcosm and Brahmande means macrocosm. So that means whatever is there in the body, the same composition of elements is also there in the solar system. Whatever is there in the solar system is also there in the body of the soul. In all the solar systems, galaxies, and even in the smaller star systems, there are many souls residing and many civilizations existing as of today. All the souls are composed of different elements, and their soul quality is varied due to different amounts of soul power and the elements used in their creation. All the planets are created by souls from the subtle dimension. For example, the moon was created by its owner, or presiding deity, Chandra Dev. In Hinduism, it is believed that the human soul, after its death on earth, would go to Swarglok, or heaven, by first passing through Chandralok. Even in the present time, many souls in three elemental subtle forms reside in Chandraloka, and these souls are followers of the Hindu religion. The planet Jupiter was created by the wise soul Brihaspati, who was the guru or spiritual masters of the deities or demigods, and the son of the famed Angira Rishi. Brihaspati, along with other souls, reside in planet Jupiter, where the souls are composed of the air element primarily, as well as their bodies are of subtle and the three elements in nature. Likewise, Shukracharya, the guru or spiritual master of the demons, is the creator of Venus planet. Shukracharya resides on planet Venus along with his family and the souls created by him. The sun is also called as Surya Dev. That means who controls the sun is a subtle and divine soul called Surya Devta, also referred to as Surya Narayan Devta. He is the sun god. Inside the sun is the Surya Lok, the abode of the sun god. The sun god, Surya Devta, resides inside the sun along with his family. The souls who reside on the sun possess a resplendent body composed of ether and fire elements. These beings do not get affected by the intense heat of the sun, since their bodies are composed of the Akash Tattva and Agni Tattva, which are ether and fire element. And they are even capable of reaching to the center or the core of the sun without being harmed. When America's mission, Apollo 11, landed on the moon on 20th July 1969, it was broadcasted live on TV, which was watched by millions of people on Earth, as this was the first ever step of humans on the moon. When the astronauts and NASA were having the conversation that was shown live on TV, it was reportedly said that something happened on the moon at that time, causing NASA to cut live television coverage for 2 minutes. Now, the question arises that what exactly would have occurred during the 2-minute conversation that led NASA to hide the incident from the entire world? After this, the future planned moon missions of Apollo 18, 19, and 20 were cancelled or postponed. Why such hasty changes were made in the plan? Do subtle dimensional souls live on the moon? Bapuji, with his divine vision, has seen the time at which the Apollo 11 vehicle landed on the moon. Then, at that time, there was another vehicle from the Saturn planet which had also arrived on the moon. But the subtle souls living on the moon drove away the vehicles of both from Earth and Saturn. As a result, they had to leave the mission in a hurry. On Earth, one needs a visa as permission to travel from one country to another. Likewise, even in the subtle world, souls also have a rule of not allowing visitors from other planets. However, Bapuji says now that things are changing. Agreements are taking place between the subtle world souls and residents of the other planets so that they could visit each other. There are many mysterious events happening in the subtle world which NASA does not express to the world. Radio waves. Scientists have claimed many times that mysterious radio waves have come from space or outside our solar system, and they have penetrated the Earth's surface. Will we ever be able to understand the radio waves or radio signals coming from outer space? In the year 2015, Russian astronomers and collaborators at the Skobeltsyn Institute of Nuclear Physics of Lomonosov, Moscow State University, detected an interesting radio signal with the RATAN 600 radio telescope as part of the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, the SETI, survey searching for activity from extraterrestrial civilizations. The signal detected by the radio telescope appeared to originate from HD 164595 star system, about 94 light years, which is 334,000 billion kilometers away from our planet Earth, in the constellation named Hercules, which is known to have at least one planet. This led to the speculation that the signal may have come from an intelligent extraterrestrial civilization. But later, on any positive evidence about alien life was rigorously denied in the media. Radio waves kept on entering into the Earth's surface, and there have been many instances when the radio signals have been received by scientists. However, science and its sophisticated equipment fail to decode the incoming radio signals received. Space researchers and scientists have not yet understood who sent these radio signals and where they came from. What do these radio signals mean? All these questions are unanswered and remain a mystery. In our universe, there are trillions and trillions of galaxies, and also there are creations of different dimensions in each creation. They have a different language for communication. The subtle world language is telepathic in nature, which is vastly different from that used on Earth. Sadly, even today, humankind has not been able to understand the various radio signals coming from outer space. In order to establish communication with aliens from Earth, if the radio wave signals are sent to a planet that is 2,000 light years away, then it will take 2,000 years for the radio wave signals to reach the aliens, and if in turn the aliens answer back by sending radio waves, then it will take another 2,000 years to reach Earth. In today's scenario, it's a far cry to understand the language that has come from space, as the human race lacks the necessary high technology and scientific advancement needed to decode the radio signals. Human beings have not been able to understand the higher dimensions of their own solar systems, that there are many dimensions and the three elemental subtle dimensions have many sub-layers within them. UFOs, spaceships, and space vehicles. The Vaimanika Shastra, an ancient Indian manuscript written in Sanskrit, describes in detail the Vimana Shastra, or the science of aeronautics. It was compiled using old Hindu texts and discusses the science associated with the study, design, and construction of the aircrafts, as well as techniques for operating rocketry within the atmosphere. The existence of the text was revealed in 1952 by G.R. Joskier. According to him, it was written by Pandit Subbaraya Shastri, who dictated it in the years 1918 to 1923. According to the Pandit Shastri, the sage named Bharadwaja psychically gave him the knowledge. The text contains 3,000 shlokas distributed in 8 chapters. This Shastra mentions that the aircrafts or the flying chariots described in the ancient Hindu scriptures were advanced aerodynamic flying vehicles that were used by gods and goddesses. It describes the time about 4000 BC when there were space travels and UFOs or flying aircrafts at great speeds. One can find several examples of flying chariots and vehicles in the Hindu Puranas and Shastras. For instance, Garud Vimana, used by Lord Vishnu to travel from Vishnupuri to Earth and to other dimensions. The Swan vehicle, used by Lord Brahma to travel from Brahmapuri to the Earth and also to other worlds. And Peacock Vimana, used by Lord Shankar's son, Bhagwan Kartikeya, to travel within the solar system. We also know about the famous Somnath temple built by the moon god Chandradev, Somdev. He had built the Somnath Mandir. As he was an ardent devotee of Lord Shiva, he would travel often from his abode in the moon to Earth, flying in his vehicle. The demon king Ravan possessed one of the swiftest vehicles, the Pushpak Vimana, made of Vayu Tattva or air element. The Pushpak Viman would take Ravan wherever he wished to go in an instant, or one can say at the speed of thought. Ravan could travel to any place he wished to within the 3 worlds, and he could reduce or increase the size of the vehicle as per the number of passengers traveling in the Pushpak Viman. Ravan also possessed the power to change the body element of the passengers traveling in his vehicle to the air element for the purpose of effective travel. We will be able to find a lot of such examples in our ancient texts and stories in the Puranas. There have been many instances all over the world where UFOs have been spotted. Human beings cannot see a UFO clearly or directly, since UFOs cannot be captured even on the radar signal. This is because a UFO is made of supreme elements and can be viewed only with the help of devices made out of supreme elements. UFOs made of supreme elements have much more power and speed than our vehicles made of physical elements on Earth. One can say that the speed of such sophisticated UFOs is at least billions and trillions of times greater than the vehicles of Earth. An interesting point to note here is, just as the UFO is composed of particular elements, the body of the one who is operating the UFO will contain the same elements as the UFO. If a UFO is composed of 80% of 3 elements or subtle elements, which is air element, fire element, and ether element, and 20% of supreme elements, then the ones who are traveling in the vehicle also would have the same composition of elements in their body, which would be 80% of the 3 elements of air, fire, and ether, and 20% of supreme elements. If a UFO is made of 50% subtle elements and 50% supreme elements, then the speed of the UFO would be far greater than the UFO made of 20% supreme elements. This is because supreme elements give greater speed to the vehicle than the three subtle elements. UFOs made of supreme light, which are Paramprakash, enable extreme high speeds greater than the speed of light. Such vehicles get to the destination within the trillionth part of a second. These supreme light vehicles work on the principle of the speed of thought. One powerful sankalp or affirmation would take the soul to its destination within the trillionth part of a second. At such great speed, a soul can travel to another multiverse in an instant. Power in affirmation is proportional to the power of the soul. More powerful the soul is, the more powerful the affirmation will be, thus making a soul to travel at a speed of imagination, which is multi-million times the speed of light. Many times UFOs have been spotted flying in our skies at many places in the world. If a UFO flies near the 200-kilometer range above the Earth's surface or stops close by above this range, the effect of the Earth's atmosphere is bound to affect the UFO. If the spaceship is made of supreme elements, then the supreme elements of that spaceship get converted to the air element, and from the air element, it is converted to the fire element, due to which the spaceship flying in the Earth's atmosphere is visible for some time, and then we see a bright and fiery spaceship in the air. But we must know that it is the fire element that makes the aircraft visible, which was converted from the supreme fire element. As soon as the speed of such UFO increases, immediately the physical elements get converted back to the original supreme elements. So the bright spaceship vanishes within an instant in the air. When there is an increase in the physical elements on the outer layer of the UFO, then the UFO can be visible to the human eyes, and in that very short time, a UFO can be photographed as well as it can be captured on the radar. Crop circles. Who is the creator of crop circles that have appeared all over the world? Let us explore and try to understand some of these unsolved mysteries. According to an estimate, it has been said that all over the world in one place or the other, a crop circle has been created. It is a big wonder to us in this modern age that all of a sudden in any field of any part of the world, a big crop circle with a specific pattern or design can suddenly appear overnight. Till today, no one has been able to determine how and by whom these crop circles of such gigantic size are made. It's a matter of great wonder that no one has ever witnessed the exact moment when a crop circle was being formed. How did the crop circle get created? Who created the form of the Sri Yantra? Various designs and patterns of crop circles, out of which Sri Yantra is one of the many patterns. They are formed in perfect and large geometric shapes on Earth by souls of the subtle world, whom we call as aliens or extraterrestrial intelligence, who may have come from distant civilizations into our solar system. The aliens create crop circles with the help of sophisticated subtle instruments and rays that can create a large crop circle within few moments. These crop circles have a specific sign or a clue that investigators study for the complex mathematical formula contained therein. For example, in the year 1996, a crop circle named Triple Julia Set appeared in Wiltshire, UK. This crop circle was derived from an equation developed by Gaston Julia in the year 1918. The pattern of the Triple Julia crop circle is mathematically very complex and consisted of circles that defined three intertwined fractals. Each pattern in a crop circle represents a whole wealth of information in itself. These complex patterns of crop circles are created by the extraterrestrials who wish to deliver a message to the humans living on the Earth or to the other extraterrestrial beings. Whenever a human being or an alien would view the intricately developed crop circles, then a message would pass into their subconscious mind, and all the relevant data would be downloaded accordingly through these large geometric patterns of crop circles. It is to be noted that through these crop circles, the aliens would like to inform or send a message to the human beings about the upcoming future world. The mystery of the Sri Yantra crop circle. The Sri Yantra, a sacred instrument, or Sri Chakra, which is the sacred wheel, is a yantra, which is a mystical diagram or geometry formed by 9 interlocking triangles that surround and radiate out from the central point, the junction point between the physical solar system and its manifested source. On August 10, 1990, a pilot named Bill Miller, working in the Idaho Air National Guard, observed a giant etching on a dried-up lake bed while flying over it in the Oregon state of the United States. The massive formation was 1/4 mile in width and was carved into the surface with a depth of 4 inches. In his earlier round over Oregon, about half an hour before Bill Miller first noticed the crop circle, there had been no trace of this formation. Neither had any of the other pilots of the Idaho National Guard, who regularly performed training over this corridor, observed any unusual activity. The etching appeared just that morning, and no other pilot was likely to miss such a prominent formation in the process. The formation was oriented precisely in the north-south direction. The formation had a machine-like precision in its shape and clarity of lines. It is well known among specialists in the construction field that to drill deep inside the bedrock of a dried-up lake, one has to have very precise drilling machines, which till now modern science does not seem to possess. In the present time, it's not possible to create such precise geometrical work on such a large scale, even with the help of a sophisticated equipment. Although some people who allege that crop circles are created by pranksters or artists, they forget that such extremely detailed and flawless geometric patterns cannot be created by humans even with the latest technology, and that too on a rigid bedrock of the lake. If indeed, as claimed, there were machines involved, then also it is an impossible task to have all the ends of the lotus crafted so perfectly with precise angles. The formation was quickly identified as the ancient Hindu meditation device, the Sri Yantra, due to its geometrical properties. However, no one had a theory why a complex Hindu meditation yantra should appear in the wilderness of Oregon. The Sri Yantra design has a degree of complexity and a level of symmetry which makes it tough and tedious to recreate its design even on paper. Furrowing an enormous replication of it on a dry lake bed is next to impossible. The reports from Oregon suggested that it would cost $75,000 to $100,000 at that time just to conduct a land survey, even before initiating such a huge project. Thus, there was a good deal of speculation that the formation on the lake bed was not man-made. Thereafter, the story became famous in the world and caught the attention of the media, the viewers, and the researchers. Bapuji has explained that such wonderful and beautiful crop circles are created by higher dimensional souls who come from distant solar systems, galaxies, or the universe. In order to prove their existence, they create such large and complex crop circles. As we have already explained earlier, such extraordinary patterns or designs cannot be made by ordinary human beings. These are supernatural and subtle forces who created them here on the earth of 5 elements. The divine souls with supernatural forces who create these crop circles have the body that is made of supreme elements, and they also possess the instruments of supreme elements which are not possessed by human beings on earth. Abductions by aliens and related truths. What is the mystery behind alien abductions? Today, on the internet, we read a lot about abductions of humans by extraterrestrials, and those abducted human species are subjected to physical and psychological experiments. There have been many reports not only about the abduction of humans by aliens, but also about the abduction of various animals such as cattle and later, when the abduction's purpose was over, they were returned back to the same location from where they were abducted before. The mystery behind the kidnapping of the cow by aliens has been explained by Bapuji. In our Sanatan Hindu Dharma, cows are revered like mothers. A cow is also referred to as Kamdenu, which means a cow that fulfills all the material desires and wishes. So, in order to carry out research and study the nature of such divinity in cows, aliens usually abduct the cow for some temporary period or take away some part of the cow. Their motive is to conduct live experiments on the cows. The main purpose behind human abductions by the extraterrestrials is to perform research on the human DNA and to refine the DNA of those humans whose ancestors from higher dimensions had once upon a time come onto the earth and left their creations, but at present their creations are trapped on the earth in human forms. In order to study and analyze the DNA of such human beings, to enhance the power of DNA for the betterment of human life, to make them more resilient against diseases, and to increase their immunity levels, aliens abduct humans into their spacecraft. Basically, aliens want to help mankind. In our ancient Indian scriptures, there are many accounts or stories where the gods would come to earth and marry the women of the earth. Their main purpose is to create a human civilization that is the best version of humanity. Area 51. Area 51 is a secret U.S. Air Force military base located at Groom Lake in southern Nevada, 83 miles north to northwest of Las Vegas. The mystery of Area 51 is a secret and linked to aliens. Area 51 has been at the focus due to numerous incidents involving extraterrestrial life, though it has been officially confirmed as being used as a flight testing facility by the American government. The facility is believed to have conducted many experiments on aliens from different star systems. As far back as the 1950s, people have reported seeing unidentified flying objects, which are UFOs, at the southern Nevada military base of Area 51. Alien researchers believe that the remains of crashed UFO spacecrafts are stored at Area 51, where the American government scientists reverse engineer the aliens' highly advanced technology. The indication for this came from a variety of UFO sightings in the area and the testimony of a retired Army colonel who says he was granted access to extraterrestrial material collected from an alien spacecraft that crashed in July 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. Bapuji has said that all the claims about alien visitations and experiments carried out in Area 51 are totally true. The aliens do not want humanity to face another nuclear war because a nuclear explosion will not only affect the Earth but also have a serious and negative impact on the entire creation. There have been some incidents reported where extraterrestrial flying in their UFOs are not only visiting Earth but also hovering around British and American nuclear missile sites, and they are actually deactivating them temporarily. Many countries have knowledge and evidence about aliens, UFOs, and extraterrestrial civilizations, but the governments of these countries keep it a secret from the general public. The secrets of the pyramids. The creation of pyramids is always a mystery. Bapuji has said that pyramids are intricately connected to extraterrestrial intelligent life or aliens. Scientists also partially agree with this fact. They also agree that the structure of the pyramid is unique. The pyramids found around the world, such as those in Italy, Giza, Sudan, China, Indonesia, or South America, are of similar pattern or structure, even though there was no means of communication at the time as it is today. There was no high technology to travel from one place to another. So the question arises that in the absence of the advanced equipment and high technology required to transport all the materials needed to the building site, how did the Great Pyramids get built about 3,800 years ago? The pyramids of Giza in Egypt are one of the 7 wonders of the world, and 2.3 million stones were used to build these pyramids. Each stone weighs approximately 2,700 kilograms to 17,000 kilograms. The modern day's cranes used in the construction of enormous buildings can lift a maximum of about 20,000 kilograms. Therefore, the question arises, how did these large stones get well laid out on top of each other during the pyramid construction? The stones are laid so closely and so precisely that not a single strand of human hair can penetrate beneath them. They are made shock-proof, earthquake-proof, and the design, as well as the structure, is flawless and precise. The ancient Egyptian pyramids of Giza were built between 2580 to 2560 BC. Archaeologists and historians alike are perplexed as to how these gigantic structures were built at that time, and therefore one jumps to the conclusion that it is undoubtedly built by the aliens or with their help. An interesting fact here is that there are a considerable number of images and etchings of UFOs, spaceships, and aliens inside many of the pyramids. In this book, we have already talked about the indigo child Boriska, who had originally come from the planet Mars. Boriska claims that the secrets of the red planet Mars lie in Egypt. According to Boriska, the ancient people from Mars planet had visited Egypt as well as helped in the construction of the pyramids of Giza and also of the Sphinx in Egypt. These two treasures of Egypt are directly linked to the Mars planet, and there is not enough research done on this matter. Boriska claims that there is a way to unlock the Great Sphinx, which is a mystical creature with the head of a man and the body of a lion, by using a particular device or special mechanism behind the ear of the statue so that its secrets can be uncovered. He claims to have had a previous life in which he was the pilot of the interspace travel and flew over ancient Egypt in his plane. Boriska says that once the secrets of the Great Sphinx are revealed to humankind, life on Earth will change forever. Bapuji says that the history of the existence of pyramids is not recent, but they are in existence for millions of years. Pyramids have been around from the ancient time of the gods and goddesses. Massive-sized pyramids and huge temples were built by the deities first in the subtle world. Later on, gradually, the subtle form of the pyramid converted into the physical form. For example, in Mahabharata, there is a story in which the mighty evil king Jarasandha mounted attacks on Sri Krishna at Mathura 17 times. Even though he had lost all these wars, he had always allied with the other kings to attack Sri Krishna, who resided at Mathura. The Lord understood that unless he goes away from Mathura, the evil Jarasandha would never stop attacking him, and the residents of Mathura will never be able to stay in peace. So, with the intention of saving his people, Lord Krishna and the Yadavas decided to move the capital from Mathura to a distant place. Sri Krishna then sent a message to the chief of the architects residing in the subtle world, the highly skilled Vishwakarma, and requested him to construct a beautiful city. By a mere sankalpa, or a powerful thought, Vishwakarma created the golden city of Dwarka out of supreme elements in the subtle dimension first. At first, there was nothing but the sea, and so Krishna prayed to Sagar Devta. The sea is considered as a deity in ancient scriptures. Sagar Devta is the god of the sea. Krishna prayed to him to provide him with land for the city. It is said that the Sagar Devta was pleased with Krishna's request and gave Krishna 12 yojanas of land, which is 773 square kilometers, to build his city. Thereafter, Vishwakarma built Dwarka on this land. However, the process of creation initially took place in a subtle form. Firstly, Vishwakarma created the image of the city in his mind, and then, after that, with a powerful sankalp or affirmation, he created Dwarka city with the supreme elements, which are supreme air, supreme ether, and supreme fire elements in the subtle dimension. The environment of Dwarka city was dazzling with a golden aura as it was made of supreme elements. Thus, the city is also called the Golden City of Dwarka or Sone ki Dwarka. After many years, the quality of supreme elements in Dwarka started to decline gradually. The supreme elements now turned into three elements, and as the ages passed, these three elemental structures later on became physical stones. According to Bapuji, the pyramids were first created in the subtle dimension with the power of thoughts. These pyramids were constructed using the supreme elements, and after passage of many years, the supreme elements transformed into the three subtle elements, which continue to decline with the passage of age. Finally, the three elements of the pyramid became the five physical elements that we see today as the solid pyramid. The specially and uniquely designed Great Pyramids and the magnificent temples that we see today as physical structures were all initially built with supreme and subtle elements. The pyramids and temples were built on earth by the gods and highly powerful aliens in order to facilitate communication between the earth and the higher worlds. The pyramids were built by aliens. At the center of the pyramids, the ether element was channelized to enter the pyramid building, and this power from the other world would empower and recharge the human soul present in the pyramid so that he would get several thousand times power inside himself. Hundreds and thousands of years ago, the pyramids were the energy centers for the people of that land. In fact, it was a place where people would meditate collectively. They would create/harness sound energy through the specific sounds or mantras, and by increasing the focus of their thoughts, they could communicate with the souls of the other worlds or higher dimensions. By using the power of the Earth's gravity, the ancient people could also harness electricity through the pyramids. The center of the pyramids was the center of activity where ancient people used to send various types of radio waves or radio signals to the subtle dimension. In those times, UFOs were a common feature of interdimensional travel, so the pyramids were used as a signaling tower and also to provide a landing base for the flying spaceships of the gods and goddesses from the subtle world. In some cultures, the pyramids were used to bury the dead body called mummies. Even today, there are many secrets that are still enclosed within the pyramids. Kailash Temple, Ellora. The world-famous Ellora Caves and Kailash Temple are located in Aurangabad district in the state of Maharashtra, India. These caves are one of the largest rock-cut Hindu temple complexes in the world, and they feature Buddhist and Jain monuments with artwork dating from the period of 600 to 1000 AD. The Ellora caves were constructed by cutting off tons of rocks from large boulders and stones. In this way, 34 caves were constructed, out of which the 16th cave contains the wonderful Kailash Temple. The magnificence of this multi-storied temple complex lies in the fact that it has been carved out of a single large rock. Another interesting fact about the construction of this temple is that it was chiseled starting from the top part of the rock and then downwards. Normally, in the creation of any rock sculpture, the usual practice is to work starting from the foundation or from the bottom portion and then moving to the upward portions. However, in this case, the Kailash temple was strangely carved by cutting a single rock, starting from the top part and then working towards the downward portion or the base. To date, archaeologists have not been able to ascertain the exact time of the construction of this temple. Bapuji has said that the Kailash temple, dedicated to Lord Shiva, is approximately 25,000 years old. In order to construct this temple, 400,000 tons of rocks were cut out from the center, and then the construction had begun. As per archaeologists and geologists, the pieces of rocks that would have resulted from cutting the rock during the construction cannot be found even up to miles away from the temple's location. So the question arises, how were the rocks carved from the top when there were no heavy cranes or machineries capable of lifting and cutting such huge rocks at that time? How did they remove the rocks from the site of construction? It has been said that there is an underground city beneath the temple. In 1682, the ruler of that time, the Mughal king Aurangzeb had hired about 1,000 armies to destroy the Kailash temple, and these men worked continuously for 3 years but could not destroy the temple except damage it at some places. When the Mughal emperor realized that he could not destroy the temple, he then dropped the idea of destroying the temple and stopped the work on it. The question arises that if the temple was so difficult to destroy, then how did common people build such a big and beautiful temple at that time? Even in today's time, it is impossible to build something like the Kailash temple, even using the high technology and sophisticated techniques. In all of this, one fact definitely stands out, that the civilization which built the Kailash temple at Ellora was far more advanced than it is today. There are many videos of Bapuji on these topics and about extraterrestrials, which is available to everyone on our official YouTube channel, Bapuji Dashrath Bhai Patel. These videos will help us to understand the secrets of the alien connections in depth. Great scientists and their connection with aliens. Bapuji has thrown light on the mystery of great scientists incarnated on Earth, such as Ramanujan, Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Stephen Hawking, etc., and their connections with the alien world. All these scientists are none other than alien souls who have come on Earth from distant galaxies, universes, and far-off places in the solar system. They are of different soul quality from different dimensions, but very powerful souls. This is the reason why such souls have highly evolved intelligence and a higher level of technical knowledge in them. Most of the time, the reason for their birth on the earth is to do some good work for the advancement of society and mankind as a whole. This being their primary goal, the scientist souls incarnate on Earth and perform various researches and create new inventions. Many such souls from distant dimensions come in groups, and one of the souls in the group takes birth on Earth. However, after taking birth, the soul comes under the effect of Earth's atmosphere of the 5 physical elements, due to which the soul forgets all of its knowledge and becomes a normal human being. That's why it takes a lot of effort for such souls to establish new creations and inventions. However, the group of souls related to the human scientist soul on Earth, residing in the subtle dimensions of the solar system, inspire the incarnated scientist by sending subtle vibrations, also known as affirmations, so that the souls that are in the human form on Earth can remember the knowledge within them. The alien souls of the subtle dimensions are always subconsciously in connection with these scientist souls and help them to accomplish their work on Earth. Most of these genius scientists spend a lot of their time in contemplation and quiet solitude because they seek and find inspiration from the higher worlds. They always remain lost in the thoughts of their new theories and inventions. There have been many instances where the group of alien souls helps the incarnated scientist soul on Earth by directly uploading some important mathematical equations into their intelligence, or by inspiring them through symbolic dreams for new ideas or knowledge. For this, we have a shining example of the greatest mathematician, Srinivasa Ramanujan. Ramanujan was inspired by his Kuldevi, or family goddess. She would inspire him in his dreams by showing him original mathematical formulas or equations, by giving the knowledge of new theorems. Even today, the world has not been able to understand some of the important equations given by Ramanujan. Stephen Hawking, one of the world's most famous physicists, was suffering from a rare disorder that left his body completely paralyzed. He could not move around and use his body in a normal way due to his illness. Normally, people who are diagnosed with the disease that Stephen Hawking had usually have a life expectancy of no more than 2 to 3 years after the diagnosis. Despite the illness, Stephen Hawking's brain was still working brilliantly. This was possible only due to the help of alien souls from the subtle world to whom he was connected. Hawking carried out his research work and theories till the very end of his life due to his strong power of thoughts that were transferred into the machine, specially built and customized for Hawking by corporate sponsors. He only had to transmit thoughts. The computer would receive his thoughts, and immediately it would start a dialogue with those people with whom he intended to engage in conversation. This device would transform thoughts in mind to speech. All of this was possible only and only due to the enormous help of the alien souls in the higher dimensions. These are classic examples where scientists and their innovations and research were fully helped by their alien group souls from the astral world. Laws of the spirit world, rules and regulations in the higher dimensions. The Sanatan Dharma, the Hindu religion, teaches that the Atma, or the soul, is immortal, eternal, and indestructible. After death of the human body on earth, usually a soul leaves its physical body and goes to its new life and new future as per the state of its consciousness. Yet, in many cases, even after death and attaining a three-elemental subtle body, the soul stays in their earthly home in their subtle form due to the attachment towards their family and their house. Or they might go to a person or place where they have had strong attachments while they were alive. The overly attached souls keep on roaming around such places or people because of their extremely strong attachments. In the present time, it is not easy for a soul to obtain rebirth because the number of souls who have been waiting to take birth on earth is far greater than the number of wombs or physical bodies that are available for birth on the earth. The souls seeking spiritual knowledge can attain the knowledge even after the death of their physical body and continue to pursue their spiritual efforts to go into the higher dimensions. The souls practicing Sanatan Dharma, which is the Hindu religion, have the knowledge about higher dimensions above the earth plane, such as Brahmapuri, Vishnupuri, Shivpuri, and Paramdham. This is the reason why the Hindu religion souls continue their spiritual efforts and practices in the subtle world even after the physical death. However, in Islam and Christianity, the souls do not believe in rebirth or in the concept of reincarnation. After their death, many of these souls continue to wander in their graves in their astral bodies. They believe that on the judgment day, God will come and redeem their soul by lifting them from their graves and will take them to heaven. It is not always that these souls will be waiting in their graves for redemption. Over a period of time, due to interactions with the other souls in the subtle world on earth, they tend to form a group of their own and keep on moving around in their groups in different places on the earth. The souls who have a strong lust for food and drink keep roaming at the places where these things are available. In the subtle world, there are many good souls who reside above the 10-kilometer layer from the earth's surface. In these layers, there are many groups of pious souls and good souls. A soul can go to such a knowledgeable group and learn spiritual knowledge to realize the truth. Sadly, the majority of souls are ignorant of spiritual knowledge, so after death, they go back to their earthly homes and continue to reside there. The souls now exist in their subtle body form, but they create disturbances in their family by often entering into the body of their family members in order to satisfy the unfulfilled desires of their past physical life. There are many great healers, doctors, and scientists who are followers of the Christian religion who, by their research and experiments, have found that after death, the body becomes lighter in weight by 65 grams approximately. However, this would be a wrong belief because a soul essentially does not have any weight. The soul is weightless. Whether a soul has been created from supreme light or supreme element or the subtle ether element, the soul does not have any weight. When a soul leaves its physical body upon death, the subtle body also leaves the physical body and goes along with the soul. The subtle body consists of ether element, air element, and fire element. These elements may possess some weight. However, it is less than 65 grams, which is roughly 20 to 25 grams. Weight is a force, and it is related to gravity of Earth, so the subtle elements containing energy in living state may exert some force, which may be translated to some apparent weight. This may be a scientific explanation of physical observation of reduction in weight during death. However, the soul has no weight. When the air element prevails in the subtle body, the soul is not able to travel to the higher dimensions due to the heaviness of the air element. Thus, the soul has to make a lot of spiritual efforts to refine its body to travel to the higher dimensions. As the subtle body becomes heavy due to registration of innumerable desires in air elements, the gravitational force of the earth pulls down the souls to remain in lower dimensions. The uncountable number of desires of a soul obstructs the soul from going upwards into the higher subtle worlds. This is why souls pray to their favorite gods and goddesses in order to go to the higher dimensions. As the fruits of their sincere prayers, these souls get some amount of power in their soul. In the present time, there is an infinite number of souls living in the subtle world, in various layers above earth. The speed and power of a knowledgeable soul or a spiritually inclined soul after death are quite high compared to atheists. A mental state of without any traces of desires helps the soul to transform its subtle body into a very light and leaner subtle body with positive vibrations to move fast to higher dimensions. When a soul has developed complete detachment to its surrounding world on account of acquiring supreme spiritual knowledge of the higher dimensions, the soul then becomes lighter in its nature due to the increment of the ether element. This makes the soul more powerful, and the soul becomes unaffected by the earth's gravitational pull. Hence, the soul can now travel upwards with a higher speed. One must know that praying to or remembering the gods and goddesses for going to the higher dimensions will only be useful if the gods and goddesses themselves come down to help the souls and take them into their abode to go to the higher dimensions. So this means to take help from the divine entities of the subtle world, the soul must have performed spiritual efforts or meditation, as well as led a life of pure devotion during its lifetime on earth. Those souls who have knowledge of the incorporeal world tend to move towards the Himalayan mountain regions and meditate upon Shiv Shakti. In the subtle layers of the Himalayas, there is an uncountable number of souls who stay in their own subtle orbs and stay in remembrance and deep meditation of their God. In spiritual places like Mansarovar and the Himalayas, there is an opportunity for a soul to gain soul power and go to higher dimensions. There are many souls who stay in groups and make spiritual spheres and perform deep meditation, due to which they are successful to go to the higher layers. However, it is only a few souls who manage to rigorously pursue and achieve spiritual success. After death, 99% of the souls wander around in the physical world, even though they are in their subtle body. Even if a soul desires to go to the higher dimensions, it cannot travel more than 2 to 3 kilometers in the astral layer. To go to the higher dimensions, the souls need to gain spiritual knowledge while they were alive. This is the reason why the majority of the Christian and Muslim souls patiently wait for Judgment Day in their own graves. However, their desires push them to leave their graves and go to the nearby villages or cities where these souls live around their near and dear relatives and use their relatives' bodies to satisfy their own desires. In today's scenario, after death, the souls are free to go wherever they wish to. This is because the non-existence of the ancient system of strict punishment by Lord of Death, whose name was Yamraj. Since the Lord of Death, the bookkeeper of records of karmic accounts, Chitragupt, as well as the attendants of Yamraj, the attendants of the deities, all have become human beings on earth. As per Sanatan Dharma, in the olden days, there was a system of account keeping of the good and bad deeds of each soul, and after their death in the mortal world, each soul used to be fairly judged as per their records of karmic accounts by Yamraj and Chitragupt. According to the decisions of Yamraj and Chitragupt, each soul was assigned their places in heaven or hell, and the time and place of their next birth would also be determined by these subtle divine powers of the solar system. Highly sinful souls would go to the 550 hells or undergo various punishments to atone their sinful acts. In the first parad, the first 50 years of Lord Brahma's life, there was a very strong systematic controlling process that meted out justice in these matters. The attendants of Lord Yamraj used to come to take away the souls in the last moments of their life on earth. However, for the past 100 years, all these systems have totally been stopped because all the gods and goddesses have fallen down and become human beings on earth, and also their soul power has been declined completely. In the present day, the subtle dimensions of our solar system are completely filled with the souls who have come all the way from distant solar systems, galaxies, universes, great universes, etc. In the present time, it is only the extent of spiritual knowledge a soul acquires in its lifetime on earth which determines the basis of the next life of a soul after death in the mortal world. The last thoughts, which was the last vision in the mind at the time of death, determines the state of the soul in the subtle world. At the time of death, if a soul remembers its pet dog or cat due to the attachment towards them, then the soul will be born as a cat or a dog in its next birth. Therefore, the destiny of a soul is determined as per the thoughts that is generated in its final breath while leaving the physical body. There are many types of souls on earth with different qualities of soul power within, but only those souls with true spiritual knowledge will be able to get a true destiny after their death. After death, these knowledgeable souls are helped by divine and good souls who reside in the subtle world. With the help of divine souls and with a lot of spiritual efforts, the yogi soul tends to go to higher dimensions. The Behad souls, who have complete knowledge of the multiverse, which is way beyond the solar system, and of the infinite worlds of creation, which is beyond the multiverse, by consistent spiritual efforts can go to very high dimensions of creation. The Behad souls have the knowledge that the Father of the infinite creations, who is called Behad ke Parampita, which is Supreme Master Creator, the Almighty Authority, has come to take them to the supreme abode of the highest dimension of infinite creation. So, these Behad souls are free to go to the subtle world and board the supremely divine spacecraft meant for them. Such souls get a lot of help from the subtle dimensions. However, in the material world, the Behad souls face difficulties from negative souls who trouble them in many ways. Even the gravitational force of the earth hinders the movements of souls to go to higher dimensions. These obstructions are usually within 10-kilometer range astral layer above the earth's surface. If a soul in its incorporeal state makes a strong resolution, then it can go directly above the range of 100 to 500 kilometers from the earth's surface. By remembering the Sakar form of the Almighty Authority, or Behad ke Parampita, the subtle form of Behad ke Parampita, which is called the Akari Roop of Behad ke Parampita, will come to take away the Behad souls to his supreme divine spacecraft. If the Behad soul, the infinitely powerful soul, desires to move around in the subtle world, it can do so and need not board this divine spacecraft immediately. The Behad soul can travel to the Paramdham of this solar system. From there, it can travel to galaxies, universes, and beyond. However, there is a rule that a soul can only go up to the dimension from which it has originated. Every soul can go up to the Creator. Upon reaching the dimension of its Creator, the soul can then merge into its Creator from whom it had been separated. That is why souls having powers of 15 to 20 degrees of celestial power can go up to a maximum level of up to the universe, because these souls have been created by the owner of the universe. In a pure state of soul consciousness, or in the incorporeal form, a soul can go up to its Creator. In the subtle state of soul consciousness, a soul has many layers of subtle bodies upon it, so it cannot travel to its Creator. Only when a soul assumes its incorporeal form, then it will be able to reach its Creator. For example, if a soul residing on earth had originated from the galaxy and gains knowledge about the various dimensions of the galaxy that is present beyond our solar system, then after the death of the physical body, it can assume its incorporeal state and reach the incorporeal world of our solar system. In the supreme abode, in the incorporeal state, the soul does not have any layers upon it, and thus it is totally free of any karmic bonds. In such cases, the soul becomes totally buoyant or free from any kind of slightest trace of bondages. In the supreme abode, the gravitational force of the supreme light of Shiva, the creator of the solar system, pulls on the souls residing there. The soul that has come from the galaxy goes to its creator Mahashiv, who is the creator of the galaxy. In the galaxy, there are various dimensions such as Mahabrahmapuri, Mahavishnupuri, and various dimensions of Mahashaktis. If the galaxy level soul desires, it can go to the Mahaparamdham or the incorporeal abode of Mahashiv and attain mukti or salvation by merging into its creator Mahashiv. However, once they attain this knowledge from Mahabrahma, most of the souls do not aspire for salvation. They choose to stay in the state of Jivan Mukti. Jivan Mukti is a state when a soul lives a life with complete freedom without any trace of any bondages in the supreme abode in the incorporeal supreme divine light form. This is the highest achievable consciousness of a soul. They lead a liberated state of life, full of bliss, by forming groups and traveling to other dimensions as per their free will. All the souls in the galaxy or in higher dimensions are not necessarily Behad souls. The 33 Koti Devi Devta, which are the 330 million deity souls, were created in the great universe from supreme light, and they have 2 degrees of celestial power. However, the power of these souls decayed significantly due to the multiple creations through affirmations at various dimensions of creations during their journey to earth. When such souls listen to the supreme knowledge, they will be able to understand the knowledge fully on the basis of the concept of science as well as scriptures. After death, these 33 Koti Devi Devta souls will find that there are innumerable souls inhabiting in the earth's atmosphere, and so they decide to go upwards, as they know if they decide to stay, they will again be trapped in the earthly illusion and cycle of birth and death. So they travel to higher dimensions in the incorporeal form of supreme divine light. In the supreme divine light form, or the incorporeal form, a soul becomes very powerful and reaches the supreme abode of our solar system within a moment. After reaching the incorporeal world of our solar system, the soul's consciousness widens, thus putting further effort to go to great supreme abode, which is the Mahaparamdham, which is the incorporeal world of the galaxy. If the soul is not the creation of Mahashiv, who is the creator of the galaxy, instead the soul is the creation of Param Mahashiv, who is the owner of the universe, then this fact will not be known by the soul until it reaches the Mahaparamdham, which is the incorporeal world of the galaxy or great supreme abode. As different subtle layers upon the soul continue to be destroyed as it travels to higher dimensions, more and more energy of the soul keeps on emerging, and in this process the soul gradually comes to know about its real creator. There is a very fine layer of supremely subtle element known as Mahatattva, which is called as might, guarding the soul that contains the entire recording of the soul. Might is the innermost layer surrounding the pure soul. It signifies the power radiating from the soul, just like the sun emits its radiation. When knowledge dawns upon the soul, all these records over soul get cleared away. In the galaxy, there are countless numbers of Mahabrahma who have a vast amount of knowledge in them. They give knowledge to a soul about its original home, from where that soul has come from. The formless, incorporeal divine state or seed state of a soul is the ultimate destination of the soul. When the soul establishes a state equivalent to its own creator and becomes the supreme soul, then it is known as Param Brahma, Param Ishwar. In this state, the soul is able to understand various forms of illusion created by nature. Even the subtlest form of illusion becomes crystal clear to such perfect, pure soul consciousness supreme level. In the formless state, the soul becomes fully aware of the causal world, the subtle world, the material world, and the process of creation at various levels. However, it is a very rare occasion for a soul for all these things to happen to it in its lifetime on earth and acquire such supreme state of pure soul consciousness. Bapuji, through his divine vision, could perceive that in the first half of our Brahmand, which is the first parad of the solar system, many souls had come into our solar system from faraway galaxies and distant universes, and they became sages and saints on our earth. Such souls, owing to greed, became demons or rakshas, and again, from the state of demons, they became humans again. And then by putting intense spiritual efforts to purify their soul through spiritual practices, they could go back to the higher dimensions from where they came from. It is only the human form when a soul can purify its karmic records through various spiritual practices and prepare to return to higher dimensions. In the Satyaloka of our solar system, the souls can emerge all of their knowledge that is recorded in them during their journey, and when they reach the supreme abode of the solar system, then they can come to know about their complete journey that they have made till now and about the groups of souls with whom they had traveled into the solar system. So all records of the soul emerge like a clear display on television in its intelligence in the supreme abode. Thus, the soul searches for all of its companions or groups with whom it had traveled. The soul also gets information about its companion group, whether they are waiting or they have left for their own homes. Slowly and slowly, the souls start their return journey. The overlaying sheath of might on the top of the pure soul is known as light. Might contains all the data of the soul since the beginning of its creation. Purest form of the soul is called light, and the adjacent layer which represents the radiating power of original soul is called might. In Behad Gyan, light signifies Shiv and might signifies Shakti. Just like sun and its radiation are inseparable, similarly, light and might, Shiv and Shakti are inseparable. Many times in the incorporeal form, the soul is ready to merge itself into its creator, but it may happen that the creator soul himself has become a human being on the earth. In such a situation, the gravitational force exerted by the creator soul will not be able to pull his created souls towards him. It is quite possible that the some creator would have left his creation in some parallel universe and he himself would be present as a human form on some planets like Earth of any solar system. In such a situation, the union of the creator and the created soul would not be possible. In the end, when our 100 degree of celestial power multiverse is filled with the supreme light of 10 degrees of celestial power, then the weak souls, which are souls with less soul power, will get freedom or salvation, but those souls who possess 5 to 6 degrees of celestial power can take more power into their incorporeal state and go to their creator soul, which is known as Jivan Mukti. At that time, all the souls will be in their incorporeal form. Mukti is a state when a soul dissolves in the power of its creator or in the higher degree of celestial power. Thus, further existence of the soul ceases. Jivan Mukti is a state when a soul continues to exist in the incorporeal divine state with its creator, but completely free from any types of bondages. So this is the supremely divine state known as Sat Chit Anand, or state of supreme bliss. At the present time, there are many different types of souls on earth. When the souls created out of ether element reach the supreme abode, they will attain mukti or salvation. If the soul is made of supreme light, then only such souls can go to the incorporeal world of the supreme abode, also known as the Param Dham. The souls that were created out of Param Prakash or supreme light can go to the other solar systems as well. Only the knowledge about the soul and supreme soul and spiritual efforts can help a soul to reach its ultimate destiny after its death. When a soul attains the knowledge of the incorporeal state, it can surely gain its true destiny and go to the higher dimensions after its death.